Good morning, Commissioner. May I proceed?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Good morning, Councillor Jackson. Thank you for joining us again.
Good morning, Council Bruckner. Pleasure.
We're going to be starting off today a little bit forward in time from where we ended our last session in January of 2019. Registrar, could you please call up HAM 62634 at images 1 and 2? So, Councillor Jackson, these are the closed session meeting minutes from a January 23rd, 2019 council meeting, which indicate that you were present when Nicole Audie, the city solicitor, presented report LS 19007 and provided a verbal potential litigation update. Do you recall attending this particular council meeting?
I do.
What do you recall about it?
I mostly just recall two basic things: that we were being apprised of a possible FOI request from the media, and that there was a discovery of a possible report. That's the main two things I recall from it.
Okay, and the possible report was the Tradewind report?
I believe that's what it ended up being, correct? Yes.
Prior to going into this closed session, did you have any knowledge about what would be discussed?
No, not at all.
Just stepping back for a moment, in your experience, is it uncommon for an issue to go directly to council rather than to a GIC or a standing committee of some kind?
It's not unprecedented, Council Bruckner. It has happened from time to time. Primarily, it would be with the senior leadership team, with the city manager and the general managers and city solicitor in concert with the city manager to determine if something quickly should get to council. The typical normal protocol route would be through committee up through council, but it's not unprecedented that would happen.
Registrar, could you take this down and call up HAM 61921? So this is report LS 19007 that was presented at the council meeting. Do you have a recollection of Ms. Audie presenting this report to council?
I don't, but again, I know we were in camera for some update regarding the Red Hill Valley Parkway, but I don't remember this actual report, Council Bruckner.
Okay. Do you recall if you would have received the report in advance of the meeting or during the closed session meeting?
This one probably we received on the spot when we went in camera. Typically, staff like to give council at least a day or two's notice in terms of reports that'll be discussed.
Okay. Registrar, could you please call out the paragraphs under the executive summary, which is the bottom of the first image and over onto the top of the second image? So I'm just calling out the executive summary of this report to make it a little bigger. So you'll see the executive summary says the purpose of report LS 19007 is to advise council of the potential of litigation arising from the release of city records relating to friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Expressway as a result of a Freedom of Information request. It is unknown at the writing of this report whether that information will be released to the requester in advance of city staff bringing a scheduled report to the Public Works Committee on February 4th. With an update on the status of the RHVE and an assessment of potential liability associated with the release of the records regarding friction testing. And it goes on to say, it is important that council be aware of the potential litigation resulting from this release, and the city staff are bringing a full report to committee and council in early February to give committee and council a complete status update on this asset. Prior to this January 23rd council meeting, were you aware of the existence of an FOI request related to friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I was not, Council Bruckner.
So there are references in this report to potential liability and potential litigation that might result from the release of certain records in response to that FOI request. What were the councillors told at this meeting about potential litigation that might result from the release of friction testing results from the Red Hill?
I honestly cannot recall what we were told about that.
Okay. Did you have any understanding of what the potential liability risk was?
Well, like as I stated a few minutes ago, Council Bruckner, I was aware that primarily there was an FOI request impacting the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and I seem to recall as well there was the mention of some discovery of a report.
Okay. Prior to attending this closed session, were you aware that city staff planned as of January 23rd to present a complete status update on the asset, being the Red Hill, on February 4th to the Public Works Committee?
I don't believe I was, no.
Registrar, can you take this down and take us to images 2 and 3 of this document? So you'll see under historical background, which starts on the first image and goes over onto the next image that we have up on the screen. The report includes a historical background related to the Red Hill Valley Parkway construction. It details a couple paragraphs in that in June 2018, Mr. McGuire was appointed Director of Engineering Services, and says as part of his orientation into that role, he reviewed the status of the work being proposed on the RHVE, and in late September 2018 became aware of a draft report, the Tradewind report, that included friction testing done in 2013. Pausing there, were you provided with any additional information at this meeting about how Mr. McGuire became aware of the Tradewind report?
I was not.
What was your general understanding of how he became aware of the Tradewind report?
At this point in time in this meeting, I truly wasn't aware of how he had become aware himself.
Okay. Did you later develop a sense of how he became aware of the report?
Yes, at a meeting that the interim city manager invited me to in the city manager's boardroom.
Okay. I think we may come to that meeting, but let me know if we don't. Registrar, could you take us over onto images 3 and 4 of this document? So you'll see that there's a section titled Analysis and Rationale for Recommendation. Registrar, can you call out the first paragraph of that section? So the first paragraph of that section says the 2013 Tradewind report indicates that the standard in the UK for skid resistance was 0.48, a 48 friction number. The Red Hill Valley Parkway had friction numbers in the range of 30 to 40, which was below or well below the relevant UK standard for comparable highways. In contrast, the link had friction values in the range of 50 to 60, all comfortably above the UK standard. The UK standard used in the Tradewind report is generally not recognized in Canada, and there is no comparable friction standard for pavement in Canada. Aside from this information, were you provided with any additional information about the Tradewind report or its findings at this meeting?
To my recollection, I was not.
Okay. Were you given a copy of the Tradewind report or the 2014 Golder report to which it was an appendix
No,
at this meeting?
I'm sorry, no. Not to my recollection, I was not.
Okay. Given Mr. Moore's prior statements to the Public Works Committee, which we talked about yesterday, in December of 2015 about friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, what was your reaction to the information of friction testing numbers on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in this report?
I don't remember reacting at this time to this information. I was mostly just focused on the FOI and the fact that there had been a discovery of this report. I had much more to say at a subsequent meeting that was held a few days later in the city manager's boardroom.
Okay. So this particular report is focused primarily on litigation and liability issues for the city. When you reviewed this information, did you have any concerns or questions about the friction levels or safety of the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I don't believe I did at this time during this report in this meeting.
Okay. Did staff raise concerns or address questions from other councillors about the safety of the Red Hill?
I honestly do not recall if they did or if other colleagues had asked about that.
Okay. Do you recall if staff indicated at this meeting that the Red Hill was safe?
I don't recall them even mentioning that either way, Council Bruckner.
Okay. Registrar, could you take this down and call it the second paragraph, the one right below this one? So you'll see some of this is redacted for solicitor client privilege, but the second paragraph of this section starts, the concern is that the trade wind report was not shared with other city staff at the time. As a result, subsequent reports and analysis of the condition of the RHVE did not reference this report. Were you provided with any information at this meeting as to who had the report and had not shared it with other members of city staff?
No, I don't recall having that information.
Okay. What was your reaction on hearing that the trade wind report had not been shared with other city staff and had not been referenced in subsequent safety reports and analyses of the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I don't remember commenting at this time or at this meeting, but I did shortly thereafter in the city manager's boardroom.
Okay. Registrar, actually, no, you can leave this up because you have already called it out for me. So the next paragraph down says, in addition, the trade wind report and its content on friction testing have not been consistently addressed in the media. And now that staff were aware of the report and have identified it as responsive record to the FOI request, its release may also have some reputational impact on the city and wide media coverage. In this section of the presentation on the report, did Ms. Oddie mention Mr. Moore's prior statements to the Public Works Committee in connection with discussions about the trade wind report and friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway not having been consistently addressed?
Council Bruckner, I do not recall whether she did or did not.
Okay. Do you recall how you and other councillors reacted to the information presented in this January 23rd report or at the meeting?
I will never speak for other council colleagues, but for myself, it was a matter of expressing my opinions at a subsequent meeting in the city manager's boardroom.
Okay. Do you recall what the tone of the actual meeting on January 23rd was?
I do not recall what the tone was, Council Bruckner.
Okay. So in his testimony, Mayor Eisenberger described council's reaction as frustration and dismay. Does that help to refresh your memory at all?
Not for this meeting, but at a further subsequent meeting in February, I believe it was February 6th at the GIC, which was an elongated meeting in camera. I remember a lot of opinions and comments, including myself, being expressed in dismay and unhappiness.
Okay.
But not at this meeting. I don't recall doing it at this meeting.
Okay. Registrar, you can take this down. And if you can take us to image 4 of this document, please. Oh, it's already up. And if you could call it the section under next steps. So you'll see under next steps, there's a reference you'll see under next steps, there's a reference to an upcoming presentation at the Public Works Committee on February 4th and a further in-camera report. And we know that ultimately this ends up going to the February 6th GIC meeting instead of the Public Works Committee. Do you know why city staff ended up changing the reporting plan originally set out in this report?
I could express that now, or I could express that when you get to the subsequent meeting in the city manager's boardroom, Council Bruckner.
And when you reference that subsequent meeting, it's the same meeting where the prior comments that you had made that you've mentioned so far came up as well?
Absolutely.
Okay, I think that I'm going to come to it. So we can do it as we hit it chronologically. At the January 23rd meeting, did staff and council discuss the best standing committee or the best procedural path forward for this report?
Not to my recollection. Whatever was shown here in next steps pretty well stood at that time.
From your perspective, was there urgency in having staff report back on this issue?
Absolutely, there would have been.
Okay, can you expand on that for me a little bit?
That given what they had shared about the FOI request, about the mentioning of a discovery of a report, that time was of the essence, that continued presentations, reports be brought as soon as possible. That was the essence of how I felt the atmosphere, if you will, of hearing this in camera on January 23rd, that time was of the essence. I'll put it that way.
Aside from this report, were you provided with any other documents during the council meeting?
Not to my knowledge, council.
Okay. Did you keep a copy of this report, or was it collected by the clerks after the meeting?
I honestly cannot recall whether it was collected or whether we were able to keep it, but obviously if we kept it, hypothetically, it would be under confidential reasons and not to be shared publicly, but I honestly cannot recall. Sometimes clerk staff, at the request of legal staff, do collect reports such as this, but I do not recall one way or the other at this time.
Okay, when you say sometimes they collect reports such as this, do you mean reports that are presented in in-camera meetings?
In-camera meetings, yes.
Okay. Registrar, you can take this down, and if you could take us into overview document 9A, image 357 and 358, paragraph 854. So Ms. Audie Rontensebo, who is also an internal city lawyer, and David Bogosian, who is the city's external legal counsel, had a call on January 30th, 2019. You're not involved in this call, but Mr. Bogosian prepared notes of this call, and I interpret some of these notes as a reflection of some of what was discussed at the January 23rd council meeting. So you'll see the first line there is council quite concerned about the situation. Do you recall what, if any, specific concerns were expressed regarding the trade run report at that council meeting?
These were Solicitor Bogosian's notes, and I'm not going to comment on them, Council Bruckner.
Okay, and you can't recall any concerns being expressed at the January 23rd meeting that you attended?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. So the next line is haven't given the trade win report. And I know you had indicated that you didn't think you'd receive the trade win report at that January 23rd meeting. Do you recall when you did first receive a copy of the trade win report?
I don't recall, other than I would imagine that it was all part and parcel of the February 6th GIC, what I would call more fulsome, elongated meeting. I would imagine it was given at that time, but again, I'm not sure. But up to then, no, I did not recall receiving it.
Okay. So the next line says council wants to know, and it lists two things. One, if Brian Malone SEMA had the trade win report. And so stopping there at that first question, do you recall if at the January 23rd council meeting, councillors asked whether Brian Malone or SEMA had a copy of the trade win report?
I do not recall, and I'm not going to comment on Solicitor Bogosian's notes.
Okay, but you don't recall if this discussion came up at the January 23rd meeting?
I do not recall, Council Bruckner.
If not references to SEMA or Mr. Malone specifically, do you recall questions at that January 23rd meeting about whether consultants who were involved in Red Hill Valley Parkway safety reviews were given a copy of the Tradewin report?
I do not recall that either.
Okay. So the next note under council wants to know is there anything else SEMA thinks needs to be done to address safety, slipperiness as interim measures pending repaving? Do you recall questions being raised at that January 23rd meeting about SEMA potentially considering if there were interim measures that needed to be taken for safety on the Red Hill Valley Parkway pending the repaving project?
I do not recall if that was mentioned or requested.
Okay. Do you recall if there was any discussion about whether steps needed to be taken or considered in terms of potential interim measures on the Red Hill Valley Parkway pending the repaving?
I do not recall that, Council Bruckner.
Okay. Registrar, you can take this down. If you can take us into overview document 9A, image 349 to 350 at paragraph 826. And Registrar, if you don't mind just pulling out maybe the first half of 826 on image 349 for us, make it a little bigger. Thank you. So on January 28, 2019, the mayor and Mr. Zagorak exchanged emails about a request for a special meeting. And Mr. Zagorak details a meeting he'd had with you, Councillor Marula, and Councillor Collins. And he says, as a starting point, Mr. Mayor, at the meeting on Friday with Councillors Marula, Collins, and Jackson, the councillor suggests that the 3 reports that staff were expecting to bring to the February 4th Public Works Standing Committee be pulled to be brought to a special GIC for potential in-camera discussion. And he goes on, but just pausing there for a moment. Is this the meeting in the boardroom that you were referencing earlier?
That's exactly the meeting that I was referencing, Council Bruckner.
Okay. What do you recall about this meeting?
I remember I was invited to this meeting with my 2 colleagues that are stated there and the interim city manager, Mike Zagorak. And Mr. Zagorak basically had said about the succeeding director of engineering, Gord McGuire. I believe Director Moore had, if memory serves me correctly, had retired from his long-time duty as director of engineering sometime in 2018, if memory serves me right. I believe he was subsequently hired in some capacity to help with the LRT project, but putting that aside, Director McGuire took over sometime in 2018. And I remember in this boardroom, this acting city manager telling me about, and now this is my interpretation, Council Bruckner. I'm not putting words in anyone's mouth, so I want to be very clear about that. But when I was told about Director McGuire, my apologies, and what he had discovered, I immediately looked and I thought, darn it all. Here we are, the director who has taken over from Director Moore. Again, now my terminology, my interpretation, stumbles across this mystery report, and I immediately flash back to the meeting at Public Works about 3-4 years ago, when in public session, Director Moore had raised my comfort level with assurances. Again, I'm not speaking for him, but I think you have it all documented. The assurances he had provided about the roadway, about how it was performing exceptionally well, meeting MTO standards, nothing wrong with it. And I just, when the acting city manager brought this to my attention at this meeting in the city manager's boardroom, I just remember having a feeling that I was just stunned. I was unhappy. I was very upset. I found it troubling. Again, tying in and linking in with just a few years back, the raising of my comfort level, I would suggest raising of many people's comfort level, not only within the corporation, but across the community, that the road was safe. And I just honestly felt that now the optics of this was just terrible.
Okay. So stepping back a little bit on that, you said that you were invited to attend this meeting. Do you recall who actually arranged the meeting? Was this something that was done by one of your colleagues on council, or was it arranged by Mr. Zegarak?
I believe the acting city manager had arranged this meeting. I'm not speaking for him, but I remember he had invited me to this meeting.
Okay. Aside from yourself, Councillor Marula, Councillor Collins, and Mr. Zegarak, was anyone else present at the meeting?
Not that I recall. I was just, I remember sitting at one end of the boardroom table and just feeling dismayed and just like, as I suggested, just feeling stunned and very unhappy to learn this. And it flew in the face, unfortunately, of the assurances we had received. And I just thought the optics are not good. And so if I might, Council Bruckner, just further, I believe that's where myself and my two colleagues strongly recommended that instead of just at the Public Works meeting, which would have probably about half of council on it, give or take, that this was a matter that should be before at least a full standing committee body, which General Issues Committee is. Hence my suggestion and recommendation to be brought to the GIC, which was only a couple of days after the scheduled Public Works meeting.
Okay. So that recommendation was based then on the idea that you wanted as many councillors as possible to hear about this report?
Absolutely. At least all members of council are voting members of General Issues Committee, whereas all members of council are not voting members of Public Works.
Okay. And was that recommendation also based on a feeling of urgency to get the report before as many councillors as possible?
Absolutely.
Okay. And where was that sense of urgency coming from?
Well, as I just stated, the optics of now this, again, my language, this mystery report being stumbled upon, discovered by the new director in light of assurances of the past, I just thought it was the optics of this was not good for the community, for council, for the corporation.
So you said optics a couple times. At this point in time, did you have any concerns about the safety of the roadway?
Well, I relied on what I had heard at that meeting, at Public Works meeting in December, a few years earlier, that the road overall was safe, and that instead it could very well, and again, with all sympathies and thoughts and prayers to the grieving families, that, instead it could very well have been word on the street was that possibly driver behavior and not adjusting to road conditions, whatever the case might be, was more of a factor than the actual condition of the road. Again, that's going back though to the assurances I had at that public meeting of Public Works a few years earlier.
Okay. Do you recall what, if anything, you were told about the substance of the Tradewin report at this particular meeting?
What I recall, Council Bruckner, was basically that, again, I'm using my opinion and my language, so nobody is assuming or interpreting it to be that I'm putting words in any staff member's mouth. Basically, in that city manager's boardroom, I remember that I got the impression that this Tradewin report was suggesting you now may have an issue with the overall condition of the road.
Okay. Do you recall if at this meeting, Mr. Zegarak made any comments or addressed the safety of the roadway?
I don't recall him doing that, no.
Okay. So there are a couple of points in this note or email from Mr. Zegarak to the mayor in which he lays out some of the things that were discussed at the meeting. And you'll see the first one there is employee considerations, council relationship with director, public media. Do you remember what discussions occurred at this meeting about that particular point?
No, I don't recall directly what was discussed regarding that. I just remember that suggesting instead getting it to GIC instead of Public Works, getting all the reports there that needed to be there, and ensuring whoever needed to be there should be there for a complete fulsome discussion and absorption of all the information and whatever debate ensued.
So then point 2 there is technical / engineering safety. And there are a couple points under that. One of them is action plan to assess technical review with third party. The next one down is further engage external legal to engage third party for overall assessment. Do you recall if at this meeting there was a discussion about retaining another consultant or third party to review the Tradewind report or the safety of the Red Hill?
I was just in a state of shock, Council Bruckner, and I just remember just thinking, I just thought to myself, darn it, people in the community had talked about, the road not being safe and the FOI request. And so I was just in a state of shock and dismay and unhappiness. And whatever further ensued at that city manager's meeting, I just remember strongly suggesting let's get everything to that GIC as soon as possible.
Okay. Registrar, can you take this down and just call out the continuation of this email onto the next page? So there's just one more point that I want to take you to see if it helps refresh your memory at all. The next point here, which is under communications plan, is employee status review caution on making allegations. Do you recall which employee that was a reference to?
No, and I don't want to guess, Council Bruckner.
Do you recall any discussions around that point at the meeting?
No, it was everything would be discussed hopefully at the February 6th meeting.
Okay, Registrar, you can take this down. So there is another set of notes about this meeting, which I will take you to quickly just to see if that helps refresh your memory about it at all as well. Registrar, can you take us to overview document 9A, image 375, paragraph 869, please? So again, these are not your notes, but there's another set of notes that may cover off portions of that meeting that you had with Mr. Zegarak and Councillors Collins and Marula. I'm just going to give you a chance to review it, and you can let me know if that helps at all to refresh your memory about the meeting.
Now, these were the interim city manager's notes, correct? Okay. Nothing there that that triggers anything further, Council Bruckner, other than getting all the reports and discussions to February 6th as soon as possible.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. Is there anything else that you haven't seen covered off in this set of notes or in the email summary that we just looked at about this meeting that you would want to add or that you recall that we haven't discussed already?
Council Bruckner, I was just again in a state of dismay and shock. I cannot tell you how dramatically it impacted me. Again, based on several years previously, and over those few years, my sharing with anyone that wanted to talk about the Red Hill Valley Parkway, that we had full assurances that it was meeting standard, performing well, nothing wrong with the road. If anything, even staff, I think if I recall, commenting that need to help change driver behavior possibly.
Okay. Registrar, you can take this down. And if you could take us into overview document 9A, image 350, paragraph 826 to 827. So this is just the continuation of that exchange between Mr. Zegarak and the mayor. And so Mr. Zegarak says to the mayor, oh, sorry, no, the next one over. So we're at 827 and 828 now. So I just want to wrap up this. After this exchange about your meeting between the mayor and Mr. Zegarak, Mr. Zegarak says to the mayor, Mr. Mayor, at the Friday meeting, councillors expressed concern of the staff reports being public for days before staff had the opportunity to speak to them with committee. Staff will be meeting this afternoon as to what can be in camera versus public. Do you recall what concerns, if any, were raised at the meeting that you had with Mr. Zegarak about these reports being public before staff could speak to them?
I honestly do not remember the details of what we were expressing concern over, Council Bruckner.
Okay. Registrar, you can take this down. And if you could take us into HAM 62635 at image 2.
Sorry, Council, did you say 62305?
Sorry, HAM 62635 at images 1 and 2.
Okay, thank you.
So these are the minutes from the closed session of the GIC on February 6, 2019. And you'll see that it indicates that you attended this meeting. What do you recall about the discussions at the February 6, 2019 GIC meeting?
There was, I keep repeating the word fulsome. I remember we were there for hours. I can't remember how long, but I remember it was an elongated meeting. And I just remembered I wasn't alone, but a number of my colleagues, not speaking for them ever, but I remember the sentiment in the room was expressing how unhappy we were, exactly why this mystery report wasn't forthcoming sooner. And I remember staff of the various, Public Works, of course, staff that would have been there, the acting city manager. I seem to recall consultants would have been there as well. And then afterwards, after all the Q&As from my colleagues and opinions expressed about then what next steps we were going to take, which also I remember, I believe Councillor Marula led the charge, but I fully supported the fact that the public needed to know that with some form of apology that City Council was not aware of this mystery report and that the apology should be forthcoming to both the community and to Council. That was the essence of what I remember from that very long meeting.
With respect to that apology, do you recall if city staff were directed by Council to apologize?
I believe Councillor Marula, if memory serves me correctly, was the one who suggested an apology should be forthcoming to both the City Council, but more importantly, to the community at large.
Okay.
And I believe that the acting city manager did act upon that eventually publicly.
Okay. Do you recall what the tone of this GIC meeting was as compared to the January 23rd council meeting?
So this one, I remember lots of tension in the room, lots of questions, concerns. How could this have happened type of sentiments. Pretty well everything with the discovery of the missing report. I think everything coalesced and came together during this very long meeting. That's what I recall.
So you said that there were a lot of concerns in the room. Do you recall if those concerns were directed primarily at the optics of the non-disclosure and the inconsistent statements, or if they were directed towards the safety of the roadway, or all of the above?
I seem to recall more. I'll speak for myself, but I don't think I was alone, Council Bruckner. It was more of the optics and how this obviously was at odds with and contrary to what we had been assured about previously.
Okay. Registrar, could you please take us into HAM 61920 at images 1 and 2? So these are slides from a slideshow presentation that staff gave during the closed session. Do you recall the presentation?
I don't recall all those presentations, but I do recall staff made presentations, and hence that was the reason for this General Issues Committee meeting.
Okay. Registrar, could you take us into image 4 of this document? So the slides from Mr. McKinnon's section of the presentation include a reconstructed timeline by theme. And then, Registrar, can you take us into images 10 and 11 of this document? So that's the reconstructed timeline with a number of entries in it kind of over time. Under the council reports and directions section in the timeline, there's a list of various reports presented to council on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Given the information that you'd received about the Tradewind report at this point, did you think these prior reports, particularly those that you'd relied on with respect to safety concerns from your constituents about slipperiness and darkness on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, could have been improved had the staff or consultants preparing them been aware of the Tradewind report?
Could you just ask that question one more time, please, Council Bruckner?
Yeah, I can rephrase it a bit as well. Given the information that you'd received about the Tradewind report at this point.
Correct.
Did you think that the prior safety reports that you'd received and relied on with respect to the Red Hill, particularly when it came to safety concerns about slipperiness and darkness that you'd been hearing about from your own constituents, could have been improved had the staff or consultants working on those reports been aware of the Tradewind report?
Well, at least it would have been part and parcel of a further discussion, and it would have been an additional discussion item, and possibly staff could have still at the end of the day provided the assurances, in spite of this report being known at that time, that this was just one consultant's report from a country, offshore, possibly with different climates, whatever the case might be. At least it would have been part and parcel. There would have not been the optics of, this report now suddenly discovered several years later. My wish had been, in hindsight, can I make a retrospective comment, Council Bruckner? My wish in hindsight was that, and I'm not putting words in Director Moore's mouth whatsoever. My wish in hindsight was that at the time he gave the assurances at that Public Works meeting several years earlier, I think it was in 15, that he had also referenced and acknowledged that he had a Tradewind report that showed we may have issues with the friction of the roadway. However, members of Public Works Committee and those in the gallery and viewing the meeting in the chambers, in the council chambers. However, even in spite of that report, I'm your professional director of engineering. I oversaw the building of the road. I still stand by the fact that the road is safe and is meeting standards, even in spite of the Tradewind report. Council Bruckner, I just wish in retrospect that had been shared at that time. And in my humble opinion, the optics of where we are today with this inquiry could have been avoided.
Okay. Registrar, could you take us into image 8 of this document? So this slideshow includes a slide titled Tradewind Scientific Friction Testing Summary. And I think that you had indicated earlier today that at this point in time at the GIC meeting, you think that you had a copy of the Tradewind report?
I honestly don't recall. It could have been given out at that time during the meeting. I honestly don't recall. I was relying on the discussion that we had that was ensuing in camera there at on February 6th.
Okay. On receipt of the Tradewind report, would you have reviewed it in detail or relied on staff to summarize it for you?
Pretty well relied on staff. I think I've consistently said that from yesterday's hearing questions and answers as well, Council Bruckner.
So this is the summary of the Tradewind Scientific Friction Testing Summary that was provided in the PowerPoint presentation. Do you recall if any additional information was provided about Tradewind's conclusions or findings at the meeting?
I don't recall if there was anything more provided or not.
Okay. Registrar, could you please pull up beside this GOL 1113 at image 13? So Councillor Jackson, just for your reference, this is the final page of the text or analysis section of the Tradewind report under conclusions and recommendations. And you'll see that the second paragraph down there says, however, the overall friction averages as measured by the grip tester on the designated lanes and sections of the Red Hill Valley Parkway were below or well below the same UK investigatory level 2. The overall low levels and the variability of friction values along the length of the parkway indicate the need for a further examination of the pavement surface, composition, and wear performance. It should be noted that in addition to the overall low average grip number levels on this facility, there are some localized sections with quite low friction values, reaching 27 to 30 in several areas. We recommend that a more detailed investigation be conducted and possible remedial action be considered to enhance the surface texture and friction characteristics of the Red Hill Valley Parkway based on the friction measurements recorded in the current survey. Do you recall if you were advised that Tradewind had concluded that overall low levels and the variability of friction values along the length of the parkway indicated a need for further examination of the pavement surface, composition, and wear?
I don't recall that in exact words and detail, Council Bruckner. However, if you recall a few minutes ago, I mentioned that how when Director McGuire stumbled on the missing report, how it showed that we may have issues with the friction and overall condition and slipperiness, potential slipperiness of the road. So although I don't recall this concluding letter from the Tradewind president, it dovetails in with my recollection that we may have issues, that Tradewind felt we may have issues with the road.
Do you recall if at the GIC meeting you were advised that in addition to overall low grip tester numbers for the Red Hill Valley Parkway, there were some localized sections that had quite low values?
I don't recall that in that kind of specific targeted detail.
Did you have safety concerns about the Red Hill in response to the Tradewind report or the information that you received about it at the GIC meeting?
Well, it obviously did not reconcile with the information we had received at the Public Works meeting a few years earlier, and not mostly the optics from my standpoint, even if staff stood behind the fact that even with this Tradewind report, it was one report, and if in their minds it was inconclusive, and so hence not just to rely on it. For me, the optics were number one. Number two, it in the community amongst some, it led to reopening the whole question of whether or not the road was actually safe or not.
Okay. So I think you said if in their minds it was inconclusive in reference to city staff. Do you recall if at this meeting or other meetings, city staff communicated to you that the Tradewind report was inconclusive?
No, I do not.
Do you recall if they made any representations about the safety of the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No, I do not.
Okay. Registrar, you can take the Tradewind report down and take us to image 17 of the PowerPoint presentation. So Mr. McKinnon's presentation also included a timeline which had recent staff actions in it. And you'll see that under August, September 2018, it says Mr. McGuire becomes aware of an email leading to the 2013 RHVP evaluation report from Golders with attached 2013 Tradewind report on friction testing, and then indicates that Mr. McGuire notified Mr. McKinnon and goes on from there to detail some of the staff actions following the discovery of the report. Do you recall if there was any further discussion at the GIC meeting about how or when Mr. McGuire became aware of the Tradewind report?
Other than what I've stated in my own opinion of what I shared at the city in the city manager's boardroom, that January 25th day, no.
Okay. What, if anything, was council told about what had been done with the report up to the point that Mr. McGuire found it?
That he had brought it up through upper management, made upper management aware, and hence that's how the acting city manager became aware, and how I was at the invited meeting on January 25th.
Okay. What, if anything, was council told about what had been done with the report before Mr. McGuire found it? So in the period of time before he became aware of it?
I honestly do not recall if anything was done. I honestly do not recall either way.
Okay. So you'll see that in mid-October 2018, the timeline says Gord McGuire shares 2013-2014 friction testing, including consultants' concerns and recommendation for action with Edward Soldo. What, if anything, was council told about these concerns and this discussion about addressing it before the report came before council?
I honestly do not recall.
So this slide indicates that Mr. McGuire became aware of the Tradewind report in August or September of 2018. And it appears that staff first came to council about the Tradewind report on January 23rd, and then more detail followed on February 6th. What were your views on the timing of when staff brought the Tradewind report to council?
Can you just express that question one more time, please?
Mm-hmm. What were your views on the length of time that it took council to bring the Tradewind report? I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. What were your views on the length of time that it took staff to bring the Tradewind report to council after Mr. McGuire discovered it in August or September 2018?
Thank you. Well, the fall of 18 was in the middle of an election campaign as well. lame duck period for the council, new council coming in. So possibly, I'm not going to speak for them. I don't know what was in staff's minds between Director McGuire and General Manager McKinnon or Director Soldo. I don't know what was in their minds. All I know was that for me, the first time was January 23rd in camera at council, and then on January 25th in the city manager's boardroom, where I pretty well expressed my entire feelings of how dismayed, sad, and extremely unhappy I was.
Okay. Registrar, could you please take us into HAM 61922? So this is LS 19010, which is the legal services report that Ms. Audie presented at the GIC meeting. Do you recall Ms. Audie's section of the presentation at that meeting?
I don't recall, but I do remember that it was going to be a number of presentations, as we had strongly recommended to interim city manager Zagarek on January 25th. So this would have been part and parcel of that fulsome presentation and discussion for February 6th.
Okay. Registrar, can you take us into image 3 of this document? So you'll see that there's analysis and rationale for recommendations section. And in the second paragraph, this section describes the various SEMA reports over time, and it goes on to say, the focus of recommendations has been on changing driver behavior that is believed to be a major source of ongoing collision rates. At this point in time, having been provided with information about the Tradewind report, what was your understanding of what the sources or contributing factors to collisions on the Red Hill Valley Parkway were?
So you're asking me that back to the December Public Works meeting a few years earlier, I was satisfied, relieved, comfort level raised by what Director Moore had said, roads operating fine. Instead, potentially driver behavior was more the contributing factors to the unfortunate accidents and extreme tragic fatalities. And you're saying in light of the Tradewind report being found, what was possibly then my opinion, Council Bruckner? Is that
That's
where
right.
you were going, please?
Yes, that's right.
Well, again, this would have reopened the entire debate of it wasn't just necessarily now potentially driver behavior, but this would have reopened the debate of the road, the condition of the road, the safety of the road, and again, the optics of this Tradewind report not being stumbled across until a few years later.
Okay. What, if anything, did staff say about the role of friction levels in collisions on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I don't recall the details of what they would have said about it, other than Director Moore stating that the road was operating at MTO standards, I recall.
Okay. When you say Director Moore making comments, is that a reference back to the 2015?
Back to 2015,
meeting?
correct. So back to this meeting now, several years later for February 6th, I don't recall what the staff overseeing the road at this time would have said at this meeting regarding the condition or safety of the road.
Okay. Do you recall if staff said anything about the role of driver behavior in collisions on the Red Hill Valley Parkway at this meeting?
I don't recall if they would have mentioned that again at this meeting, no.
Were you told that there was a high proportion of wet weather collisions on the Red Hill Valley Parkway at this meeting?
I don't recall if it was mentioned at this meeting or not, Council Bruckner, no.
Do you recall if staff drew a connection between wet weather collisions and friction levels on the parkway at this meeting?
I do not recall that either. Sorry, no.
So you'll see the first section of this analysis and rationale for recommendations section, the first paragraph there, describes the release of the Tradewind report through the FOI. and states that it might lead to media coverage, which would affect the city's interest in road safety / injury prevention. And portions of this paragraph are redacted for solicitor-client privilege, but without getting into privileged information, do you recall what explanation staff provided for why media coverage would affect the city's interest in road safety or injury prevention?
No, I just go back to the term I've used of the optics of it. Would have been at odds with, contrary to assurances provided earlier, years before.
Okay. Registrar, can you take us, pull up image 4 in addition to image 3? So starting at the bottom of image 3 and then going over onto the top of image 4, this report summarizes SEMA's response to 3 questions that were put to SEMA to address. Registrar, do you mind just pulling out those 3 questions there? Yes, thank you very much. So Councillor Jackson, you'll see that there were 3 questions put to SEMA, which were addressed in a memorandum that SEMA prepared. Do you recall if council had any input on putting together these 3 questions that went to SEMA?
I don't recall if council directed those 3 questions or not. If council did and you have documents accordingly, then I don't recall that. Okay.
Registrar, you can take this down, and can you pull up the next paragraph over on the top of image 4? So this is the summary in this report about what SEMA's response was. The response was that no changes would be made to their existing recommendations and that there are no additional safety measures that are recommended beyond those already undertaken. However, with a greater emphasis on speed enforcement. In addition, it was not recommended that the road be closed in whole or in part pending the resurfacing in the spring. Do you recall if Ms. Audie's summary of SEMA's findings around these 3 questions provided you with any clarity or comfort about the safety of the Red Hill Valley Parkway at this meeting?
I don't recall that at all, although the only thing I would say is that later that year, we did do, I think it was in the order of $6 to $8 million. We did end up carrying out the repaving, resurfacing of the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And I recall it was done primarily because of the wear and tear of the Red Hill Valley Parkway, that projections of the volume of traffic had far exceeded original projections when it opened in 2007. And the heavy truck traffic that was also using it in terms of delivering goods and services to our business parks and our community, and sometimes making their way from outside communities, using it as a transportation corridor to get from destination A to destination B. So primarily, I recall it was the resurfacing was done primarily because of the wear and tear and the increased amount of volume use that had far exceeded projections when the roadway opened. Okay.
Registrar, you can take this down. Can you take us into overview document 10A, images 16 and 17, paragraph 33? So you'll see that one of the motions that followed the closed session was for a reduction of the speed limit on a portion of the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and that's number 6 that starts partway down the first image there. From the Green Hill interchange to the QEW, the speed limit was reduced from 90 to 80 kilometers per hour. And you, I believe, voted in favor of this motion.
Yes, I remember I do remember that discussion of reducing the original posted speed limit of 90 to 80 kilometers an hour on the Red Hill, not the Lincoln Alexander Parkway, that stayed at 90.
Do you recall what rationale staff provided for the reduction of the speed limit in this section of the Red Hill?
I think it was all just part and parcel. What I recall, Council Bruckner, was all part and parcel. If you harken back to the hearing time with myself yesterday that traffic staff were implementing some traffic safety measures with additional illumination, some additional signage, and some additional police enforcement. And so this would have been, if you will, an additional measure from a traffic safety standpoint, from a motorist standpoint, to try to make the roads safer by reducing the posted speed limit.
Okay. Was speed limit reduction an important component to addressing safety concerns on the Red Hill Valley Parkway from your perspective?
I supported the motion.
Okay. Coming out of the GIC meeting, what was your understanding as to whether or not speed or driver behavior was a primary contributing factor to collisions on the Red Hill?
I honestly still felt that hypothetically driver behavior, not adjusting to inclement weather, possibly factors like distracted driving, excessive speed, again, the curvature of this very, very unique roadway that we built running from the top of the mountain all the way down to the QEW, that driver behavior and not adjusting and being more complying with the posted speed limit and weather conditions still was a factor, in my opinion.
And was that based on information that was communicated to you in connection with the GIC meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall who communicated that information?
I don't recall who, but I just recall that driver behavior was still something that as a community we could work on. And ironically, if I might segue for one moment, that driver behavior across our entire city is at unfortunately some epidemic reckless proportions.
Okay.
Generally speaking.
Registrar, can you take us into HAM 61920 at image 44? So you'll see that staff's recommended communication strategy going into the GIC meeting was to issue a media release and fact sheet immediately after the meeting on February 13, 2019, rather than to release the Tradewind report or provide additional information after the closed session. Do you recall what led staff to change that strategy?
Changing the strategy from what though, Councillor Bruckner, please?
So you'll see the recommended communication strategy is set out here. So going into the GIC meeting, staff were recommending a media release and fact sheet following the February 13 council meeting.
Yes.
And then responses to media inquiries through political and staff spokespeople, also beginning on February 13th.
Yes, that would be a week after the GIC.
And we know that ultimately what happened was that a press release was issued after the February 6th GIC meeting, releasing the Tradewind report and providing that public apology that you had referenced. Do you know what happened at the GIC meeting that led to the press release being put out a week before staff's original recommendation?
I don't know what exactly, but time was of the essence in light of the discovery of the mystery report. Time was of the essence, and being as open, as accountable, and as transparent as we could be with the public. That's probably what led us to, right after that long meeting on February 6th, to not wait a full week later, which would have caused potential suspicions, conjecturing in the community, surmising in the community, etc.
Registrar, could you please take us into HAM 64331? And if you could call up image 8, leave out the first page, but call up image 8 as well. So this is an opinion that was provided to Ms. Audie from David Bogosian, who is the city's external legal counsel. Do you recall if you were ever provided with a copy of this February 4th, 2019 legal opinion?
That's from the solicitor Bogosian?
Yes.
No, I don't recall.
Registrar, could you call out on image 8, the paragraph that starts when asked to rank in order of greatest contribution? So this opinion details a conversation that Mr. Malone had with Mr. Bogosian. And Mr. Bogosian writes, when asked to rank in order of greatest contribution to an ordinate number of wet road crashes, Mr. Malone advised as follows: slipperiness of the roadway, i.e. the road is slippery when wet than other roads, which leads to greater incidents than on roads with similar large numbers of horizontal curves in wet road conditions. He lists second, speeds exceeding the capability of the highway. And then third, he lists curves, and he lists proximity of the on-off ramps to each other, leading to loss of control and driver errors. Fourth, were you advised that Mr. Malone of SEMA had rated slipperiness of the road surface as the greatest contributor to the inordinate number of wet road crashes on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I honestly don't recall that, Council Bruckner.
Okay. Do you recall if you were ever provided with a ranking system of contributing factors to collision on the Redway from a consultant?
No, I don't recall that. And I don't recall this correspondence specifically from Solicitor Bogosian.
Okay, thank you. Registrar, you can take this down. And if you could please take us into overview document 10A at image 90, paragraph 218 and 219. So this is an exchange on February 8th, 2019. You exchange emails with Mr. McKinnon and the mayor, and you eventually direct in that email below at paragraph 219, Mr. McKinnon to the Public Works Committee meeting from December 2015. And you say, understood, Dan, by the way, if you haven't already, you must listen to the Public Works Committee meeting from 2015, where GM, in answering a question from Councillor SM, says, I'm paraphrasing, that the Red Hill Valley Parkway asphalt meets or exceeds MTO standards. This is approximately 2 years after the hidden report that he knew about, which stated the exact opposite. Holy smokes, just sharing. I actually listened to it again this morning. Is this a reference to the December 2015 Public Works Committee meeting that we were talking about yesterday?
Absolutely, it would be, yes.
And GM in this email then is Gary Moore?
Yes.
Okay, and Councillor SM is Samarula?
Correct.
Why did you flag Mr. Moore's comments from this December Public Works Committee meeting for Mr. McKinnon?
He was the general manager at this time, and I just felt as the overall head of the Public Works Department, of whom Director Moore would have reported to, I just felt I wanted to express to him how I felt.
Okay. And as of February 8th, 2019, what were your views about Mr. Moore's comments at that Public Works Committee meeting?
I think I pretty well shared the fact that when I heard about the Tradewind report being stumbled upon, that I was dismayed and very saddened and upset over the fact that I had just tremendous amount of respect and just a tremendous amount of admiration for the years of experience, expertise, knowledge that Director Moore brought to the table in our City of Hamilton Corporation. Always a big supporter in terms of his overall knowledge and the number of successes of building many, many roads or overseeing the building of many, many roads in our community. So that would have this paragraph would have basically expressed the fact that I just felt a form of betrayal, if you will.
Okay. Registrar, could you please take us to overview document 10A, image 92 to 93, paragraph 223 to 225? So on February 10th, 2019, a member of the public emails the mayor and members of council with a list of questions about the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Over onto the next page, you then forward this email to the mayor and you say, dear Mr. Mayor, I just didn't want this left with your staff without your immediate knowledge of what she's questioning, just sharing. And Mayor Eisenberger responds later that day. Thanks, Tom. All legitimate questions that need to be answered. I know council will do the right thing to get to the bottom of this. I trust you got my earlier email to staff re-status of Mr. Moore. And then you reply to this email. And Registrar, do you mind just calling out paragraph 226 there? So you respond to the mayor, yes, I did. Thank you. Mayor Effie, respectfully. Please, unless there is a darn no other way out compelling factor, do not attempt to buy out GM's contract. Was in the midst of over 1,000 citizens at events the last 2 nights. No one is blaming city council yet, hopefully never. Everyone is wondering why the report's suppressor is still with us. Many people talked about careless driver behavior regardless of the pavement issues, but the common theme message at the end of it all, fix the problem, and there must be consequences for the 6-year concealment, just sharing. So that line, everyone is wondering why the suppressor is still with us. Is that a reference to Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Had you received inquiries from your constituents at this point about Mr. Moore's relationship with the city?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Knowing what you knew as of the GIC meeting and the events that followed the disclosure of the Tradewin report to council, was it your view that Mr. Moore was a suppressor or had suppressed the Tradewin report?
One would lead to that conclusion, yes.
Okay. Commissioner, those are all of my questions for Councillor Jackson.
Okay. I'm not sure whether we have questions from any of participants' council. Has that been canvassed?
The MTO and Golder have both reserved a couple of minutes, so it may be a good opportunity to confirm with them if they have any questions now.
Okay. Start with Mr. Bourrier for the MTO.
Good morning, Commissioner. I can confirm the MTO doesn't have any questions for Mr. Jackson.
Okay. And Ms. Bassong for Golders.
Good morning. We don't have any questions as well.
Okay.
In that case, I believe Mr. Mishra does have a couple of minutes of questions.
Okay, Mr. Mishra, I don't know how long your questions are going to be. We're running up against the normal break. How long do you anticipate being?
I expect only about 5 to 10 minutes of questions.
Okay, then why don't you proceed with your questions?
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Good morning, Councillor Jackson. I just have a couple of questions for you today. Commission Council asked you a number of questions about whether anyone communicated to you that an environmental assessment prohibited lighting on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. In your answers, you advised that you remembered a number of environmental concerns being raised. In fairness to you, I just want to clarify, to the best of your knowledge, what was communicated to you on about why continuous lighting was not implemented on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I appreciate that, Council Mishra. It seemed to be just a consistent answer that in building the roadway through the valley, a unique set of circumstances, that lighting would have created potential carnage and problems from a life standpoint for fowl, for birds, for deer, for any other habitat that called the valley home.
Thank you. And to your knowledge, was did anybody reference specifically an environmental assessment, or was it more broadly environmental concerns?
I don't remember anyone actually showing me an environmental assessment report, Council Mishra. Yeah, but I remember just the protection of the habitat and the overall environmental aspect of it.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Mr. Registrar, can you please pull up HAM 4304?
Sorry, Council, is it HAM 4304?
Yes, that's right.
Sorry, it isn't native.
I believe it's a PDF, but native works as well, if that's easier. Oh, apologies. I'm sorry, I believe it's 4303. My apologies.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And can you pull up both image 1 and image 57 side by side, please? And can you call out under 6.4 summary potential countermeasures, can you call out just the red text starting with the recommended timing all the way down through to the long term? Actually, the entire thing works as well. Thank you. And then can you just shift it over a little bit just so you can see the image to the left? Perfect. Councillor Jackson, this is the final draft of the 2013 SEMA report. I believe Commission Council brought you to this document yesterday. In this report, in the highlighted section, you'll see here that short term is defined as 0 to 5 years, medium term is defined as 5 to 10 years, and long term is defined as 10 plus years. And this is with respect to the recommended timing for implementing various countermeasures. Do you see that?
Yes.
Perfect. Mr. Registrar, can you take this document down, please? And can you now please pull up HAM 24702? And side by side, can you also please pull up HAM 56684 at image 57, please? Perfect. And can you call out on the left-hand side, the medium-term options chart? Thank you. And then on the right-hand side, can you please pull out the recommendation for friction testing? It's conduct pavement friction testing with $40,000. It's just a little bit above, sorry. Perfect. Councillor Jackson, for your reference, the image on the left with the call out, which is above with the box that says medium-term options, that's an excerpt from an appendix to a 2015 staff report. On the right-hand side, you'll see that the called out portion is a portion of a chart from a 2015 SEMA report, so the consultant report. Commission Council asked you if you would have expected staff to identify in their staff report that they listed pavement friction testing as a medium-term option, while SEMA had listed it as a short-term option. And in your response, you advised that if there was a discrepancy, you would have expected them, as in staff, to highlight the difference from professional staff's recommendation versus the consultant's recommendations. I just want to provide some background and fairness to you. While we previously looked at the definition of short-term countermeasure in the 2013 SEMA report, where it was listed as 0 to 5 years, short-term is not defined in the 2015 SEMA report, as Commission Counsel advised you in their questioning. From previous testimony, SEMA has confirmed that the definition of short-term in the 2013 SEMA report also applies to the 2015 SEMA report. So knowing that the SEMA recommended friction testing be completed within 0 to 5 years as a short-term countermeasure, and city staff identified friction testing be completed in 2 to 5 years as a medium-term option, does that change your answer if you would have expected staff to identify in the staff report that they listed friction testing as a medium-term option while SEMA had listed it as a short-term option?
Well, yes, it would have, Council Mishra, because then it coincided then. If the short term by SEMA was 0 to 5, staff put it in as a medium term 2 to 5, it would have more or less coincided and almost matched and been parallel with SEMA. And then there, in my humble opinion, if that was the case, then there really wouldn't have been any necessity for staff to explain further.
Understood, thank you. And Commission Counsel further asked you if you would have acted differently had you been aware that friction testing was a short-term countermeasure in the consultant report, but a medium-term one in the staff recommendation report. You would have responded that you would expect it would have caused a more, quote, robust discussion and debate, end quote, in council about the recommendations. Knowing that SEMA had recommended friction testing be completed within 0 to 5 years, and city staff identified friction testing should be completed in 2 to 5 years, does that change your answer to the question if you would have acted differently had you been aware that friction testing was a short-term countermeasure in the consultant report, but a medium-term one in the staff recommendation report?
It would have, because then it would have more or less, the staff recommendation would have pretty well overlapped with the SEMA recommendation as well.
Understood. Mr. Commissioner, can I just have a second to look at my notes? Councillor Jackson, I just have one more question for you. You were asked a few times as to whether you relied on staff and specifically Director Moore's statements about around the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Your consistent evidence was that you would rely on staff's advice and judgment. If Director Moore shared the results of the trade-in report with you in 2014 and advised you that the report was not useful because there was no Ontario or Canadian standards that could be used to interpret the tested results, would you have relied on Director Moore's judgment in that regard?
Back at the December 2015 Public Works meeting, Council Mishra?
Either at the 2015 council meeting or any time prior to the 2019 GIC meeting.
I think absolutely. I think I mentioned about a half hour ago that my one regret was that at the time assurances were given by him, which I accepted and was pleased and relieved to hear, that the roadway was operating well and meeting standard. I wish, again, never putting words in his mouth, I wish that a comment had been made. However, members of committee and council, I do have a report that may suggest otherwise from one consultant. However, having reviewed that report and all this being stated publicly, in my opinion, as your director of engineering, I strongly still feel that the road is safe regardless. I would have been extremely accepting of that complete response referencing the trade wind report as well, and still standing by his professional opinion, which I had already been willing to accept.
Understood. Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Those are all of my questions.
Okay, Mr. Jackson, thank you very much for attending and giving your evidence at the inquiry.
Thank you.
You can sign off now. You're excused.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Council Bruckner and Council Mishra as well.
Good.
Much appreciated.
Okay, have a good day. Now, the rest of us, I understand the next witness is Mr. Hertel.
That's right.
Mr. Mishra, do you know if Mr. Hertel is available immediately after the break?
He is, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay. Well, it's almost 10 past. So why don't we return at 25 past? That will allow him a little time to get put in place. So we'll stand adjourned until 25 past 11.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Good morning, Commissioner. The inquiry's next witness today is John Hertel.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Hertel.
Good morning.
If we could have the court reporter affirm Mr. Hertel.
Good morning, Mr. Hertel. I'm going to ask you to affirm your evidence today, so please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Hertel.
Good morning.
I'd like to begin today with some questions about your professional background.
For sure.
I understand that you were employed with the City of Hamilton from mid-2010 until June 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, it was March the 1st, 2010, and I finished at the city and retired at the end of June 2020.
Okay, so when you left the city, it was for retirement?
That's correct.
And at the time that you retired, I understand that your position was Director of Strategic Partnerships and Communications?
That's correct.
Okay. And you held that position from in and around December 2017 until your retirement?
That's correct.
And prior to that, I understand that you held the following positions within the city or city affiliates. The Director of Strategic Partnerships and Revenue Generation, Director of Finance Administration and Revenue Generation, and then some executive positions within Hamilton Entertainment and Convention Facilities. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so that started, those roles you spanned March 2010 to June 2020.
Yes, the first 3 years, beginning March 1st, 2010, were spent with the HECFI organization, as it was called.
Okay. And that's the Hamilton Entertainment Convention Facilities?
That's correct.
Okay. And briefly, can you just tell us what your professional experience was prior to joining the city in 2010?
Yes, primarily private sector, so senior positions with both Bell and Nortel, business prof at one point in the college system, and involved in 4 small business startups prior to joining the city in March the 1st of 2010.
And what's your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Business Administration from the former Ryerson University, as well as executive development training through Queen's University.
My questions today are going to focus on the time period between late 2018 and into early 2009, early 2019.
Okay.
And that would be when you were in the role of Director of Strategic Partnerships and Communications.
Right.
So if you could tell us a little bit about what your responsibilities were in that role, particularly focusing more on the communications piece of that role as opposed to the strategic partnership.
Right. Maybe just a brief overview of the strategic partnerships piece. Was a bit of a diverse portfolio that included the Hamilton Farmers Market, community initiatives, strategic initiatives, our web team, a grants team, and marketing, social media. And then on the communications side, my direct report was Jen Racine, the manager of communications. And Jen had varied a little bit, but I'll say on average 8 of her direct reports. Jasmine Graham being one of those 8, and reported to Jen, who in turn reported to me. The structure was such that each department had a minimum of 1 dedicated communications officer. And depending on the size of the organization, there was a bit of a variance in that some were enormously large and diverse, so they may have had more than 1 dedicated. And for the most part, Jasmine operated as the prime contact within Public Works, but also had some additional support at a later date from that point on. Yeah.
Okay. And so when you say that, you said that Ms. Racine had 8 or 9 direct reports, or
Yeah.
on average 8 direct reports, were those communications officers?
That's correct.
And that's what Ms. Graham's role was.
That's correct.
She was the communications officer for Public Works.
Right. Senior communications officer. There was a bit of a hierarchy, if you will, and Jasmine was the senior communications officer.
Okay. And how would you describe what the role of a communications officer was once they were assigned to that division or department?
Right. So the general notion was, of course, to be there for helping to, I'll say, package and prepare and understand at a fairly high level, at least, the organization, its particular vision, mandates, et cetera. And then for all activities related within that department that were to be communicated either internally or externally, then the communications officer would lead that particular activity. In a sense, a bit of a communications project management type role, where the communications officer would work hard with the I'll say subject matter experts to understand the situations, issues, et cetera, and help them to frame the appropriate communication out to the public, or it could also include internal, and then was the primary interface with the various media outlets in those regards.
Okay. So they were the on the ground staff in the division and the department, and also interfacing with the media.
Yes, and they were physically embedded with the department so that they were there for the day-to-day understanding of what was going on and what areas needed some assistance.
Okay. How did, talking specifically about Ms. Graham in the Public Works Department, how did her sort of role and responsibilities as it relates to Public Works communications compared to her manager, Ms. Racine's roles and responsibilities, and then the next level up, your roles and responsibilities?
Sure. I mean, in typical, I'll say hierarchy, Jasmine being frontline was there doing the work day to day, and would bring collectively to her colleagues through Jen for, I'll say, monthly meetings, some of the common issues, et cetera, projects that they needed to do. But primarily, Jasmine would be day-to-day interfacing directly with the general manager and the various directors to ensure that their messages were being, I'll say, collected accurately and thoroughly and objectively and transparently to be shared through their media contacts. Jen would have some interface with the media, but I'll say primarily in this example, it would be Jasmine. And then Jen, as the manager of the group, was involved in the typical, in addition to the pure communications piece, because that's her background as well as a communications expert, offering coaching and support to her team. And then, of course, having to do the administrative side of it, staffing, training, all those sorts of things, reporting. And then my role as the director was to be there to provide support, to hopefully clear roadblocks, help again with any of the issues that they felt they needed my help. And again, going across the organization where appropriate to provide resources and information for them. My particular role would be ideally in circumstances more at a strategic level, being involved with the direction of the group and on a particular project, being, I'll say, a different lens of objectivity, hopefully, to how we were proposing to approach various circumstances.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And so typically, as based on the answers that you've given, would it be fair to say that as director, you didn't necessarily have detailed information or knowledge about what was going on in various departments, but that sort of information would trickle up to you from your staff, sort of on an as-needed basis?
That's correct.
And one last background question. I understand that you were part of the senior leadership team as director of communications. Is that right?
Yes, that specific part of my portfolio, the communications portion of it, then led to me being part of the senior management team, so that at any of the senior leadership team meetings, now there was, say, communications representation.
Okay, thank you. So as I said earlier, most of my questions today are going to focus on the late 2018, early 2019 period,
Okay.
focusing on the Tradewind report and the discovery and disclosure of the Tradewind report to council and the public.
Great.
And to provide some context for you, we know that the city received an FOI request on November 8th, 2018, and that the Tradewind report was identified as a responsive or potentially responsive document in and around this time. And there was also a value for money audit that was ongoing by the city's audit services department at the same time.
Right.
And so I have some just general questions before I come to any specific documents where you're named, but just some general questions about your context and your knowledge background this time.
Okay.
So Registrar, if we can call up overview document 9A, pages 130 and 131. So, Mr. Hertel, just before I ask you any questions about the documents that we've got on the screen, can you see both myself and the video panels and then also the documents on the screen?
I can, and I will say in advance, I may have to trade glasses off and on depending on the distance I am from the screen. So I apologize in advance.
That's no problem. I can also have our registrar call up any portions of the document so that they become enlarged.
Okay.
So if you need me to bring something up in closer or zoom out, we can do that as well.
Okay, great. I'll start.
So registrar, if we could call up paragraphs 314 and 315. Thank you. So you'll see that, Mr. Hertel, this is an email on November 8th, 2018, where the Access and Privacy Officer, Ms. Watson, had received the FOI request, 18189, and she, paragraph 315 says the request, as outlined in the information sheet, was for access to any reports, memos, drafts, correspondence about friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in the last 5 years, and any reports, memos, including drafts or correspondence about asphalt and or paving testing, assessments, plans on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in the last 2 years.
Sure.
And Registrar, if we can close this call out down. This request was circulated to Public Works and eventually made its way to the Engineering Services Department. And Registrar, if we can call up paragraph 318. You'll see that Mr. McGuire, who is the Director of Engineering, forwarded that request to Ms. Graham on November 8th. So sort of a process question first. In your experience, was it common for communications officers or communications staff to be involved in FOI requests and responses?
Yes, I would say it's very common because the FOI request would often, not exclusively, but would often come through the media. So it was important to ensure that the communications officer was involved from the beginning because that was her primary contact in this case for Jasmine.
And sort of moving up the chain of hierarchy, was it common for managers and for directors to become involved in FOI request responses?
I would say it's potential, depending on the information being requested, they would be informed and asked to provide documents if that was appropriate, again, based on the description. In the case of Jasmine, as a communications officer, Jen met with all of the officers on a very regular basis, so it would be important for Jasmine to keep Jen apprised of the fact that it had been received and what would be the work involved for the communications team.
Okay. Focusing specifically on this FOI request, do you recall when you first became aware of FOI request 189?
I was not aware of the details of it so much as just the general notion as we were moving along in the, I'm going to say in the mid to latter part of November, as a result of the broader issue that have been identified with the discovery of the Tradewinds report. So somewhere in that period of time, I was aware of it. I didn't have any direct involvement in it, but I was aware that it was in process.
Okay, so you were aware at some point, I think you said mid to latter part of November about the FOI request?
I believe that was the time frame, yes.
Okay. Do you recall who made you aware of the FOI request?
I mean, possibly Jasmine, because, certainly as a communications team, we were in touch on a regular basis. And I know it was mentioned, again, not in detail, but mentioned at some of the meetings that I participated in as the month rolled on, I'll say, in mid-November and on. We had many meetings, and somewhere in that process, I know it was mentioned because particularly there was a lot of work involved in pulling all of those documents. So that, it was an easy one for me to remember because of the sheer volume of it.
Okay. And I think you said, Registrar, we can close this call out down for now. And you said that you'd participated in some meetings as the month rolled on, and that month is November?
Yes, I'm not sure of exact dates, but somewhere either at the very end of October or somewhere early in November, I became aware of the Tradewind report being discovered, and that set in motion a series of meetings that ultimately led up to presenting information at GIC in February.
Okay. And can you tell me about who you learned about the Tradewind report's discovery from, when that conversation took place, any of the details you recall about that conversation, sort of focusing first on the initial conversation when this was brought to your attention?
Yes, and as I said, I think it was very end of October, perhaps early November. I recall being in the small boardroom on our floor at City Hall, and I'm sure Mike Zagaric was there, Dan and Gord, possibly Nicole and others, but I'm not 1,000% sure of that. And it was being identified to me for the first time. Clearly, discussions had been held. Certainly between Dan and Gord and Mike about the discovery. So it was in and around that time I became aware of it.
Okay, so you recall meeting, you think it was at City Hall?
Yes, we had, excuse me, a small boardroom beside the city manager's office where many of our meetings were held.
And just for my benefit, the inquiry, I don't believe, has received any documents that sort of indicate a calendar appointment or anything where you attended a meeting in late October, early November. So was this a prearranged meeting? Was it sort of a like you passed each other in the hallway and they said, come in, we want to talk to you about something? How did that meeting come to be?
My recollection, it was a bit ad hoc in terms of just being invited to join us in the boardroom. Of course, I haven't been at the city for I guess now almost 2.5 years, so I don't have access to any calendar information, etc. So I couldn't verify that, but presumably all details of my calendar and other things were forwarded to you that are relevant. So I would deduct that it was probably a bit of an ad hoc thing.
Okay. And what were you told in that initial meeting or that first discussion that you had in City Hall about the Tradewind report?
I was told that Gordon McGuire, who was relatively new in the position, was going through his own, I'll say, transition into the role and going through all of the files, et cetera, to help himself get up to speed. And that he had come across this particular report that was in, I'm assuming, an electronic file that he was not familiar with previously, and could see that no action had been taken as a very, very specific result of that. But I remember also, and I think it's important to point on, this is, I guess, more my personal observation than anything, was how impressed I was. I didn't know Gord very well, and certainly knew Dan as a member of the senior leadership team. But I was so impressed with I'll say, the sincerity and the integrity of their approach to the whole thing in terms of trying to identify, or to, I'll use the term, discover what was this, what did it mean? Why would it have been, not shared previously, et cetera. So from a communications point of view, that was the beginning of my role in terms of trying to help understand as well, and go through the discovery, what does all of this mean? Because I typically would not have been involved in details of public works, only some of the higher level directions.
And what was it specifically about this issue that you understood, or why, what was your understanding of why you had been brought in at this stage for this meeting, or why they were sharing this information with you?
I tended to be involved or invited to, many meetings as the communications guy, just to, I'll say, look at activities, issues, problems through a communications lens. And I think in this case, clearly as the communications guy, one of the first things that comes to mind is that if a report was discovered, what does that mean? And it kind of triggers, as in your role as communications, to also then be equally intrigued and trying to understand what that meant.
And earlier you said that you were impressed with the sincerity and integrity of their approach,
Yes.
of the approach that was shared with you. Do you recall what was the approach, or what was your understanding of the approach, and what had been done or was going to be done at that time?
Well, if I could contrast it to an alternative, which
Sure.
thankfully, we never experienced in my time at the city. The worst thing that could have happened, in my opinion, would be that someone would just close their eyes, close the file, and pretend it didn't exist. That alone to me was, my first impression was, wow, this guy Gord, I don't know him well, but I sure like his style, that he's very, very anxious just to do the right thing, and doesn't know necessarily at this point in time any implications of it, but identifying it was the first right thing to do.
So you said you appreciated that or your understanding was that Mr. McGuire was anxious to do the right thing. Do you recall more generally what the tone and of staff was in relation to the Tradewind report and its discovery?
Well, I think clearly at that point in time, one of the the unknowns, of course, was why was it not acted upon, I'll say. And at the same time, of course, the previous director of engineering services was in a different role. So it was the tone of the thing overall was, what the heck does this mean? And it really, as I mentioned a moment ago, was the beginning of, I'll say, a broader search and understanding of what did it mean.
And when you say what did it mean, does that mean in terms of the safety of the road? What do you mean by that?
Literally not knowing if anything, I'll say, was was an outcome of it, because certainly at that point in time, nothing was discussed about the safety of the road. It was just about probably more the perception. And again, you referenced the FOIs earlier. I'm not sure where all of this fit in exactly on the timeline, but I think you indicated timing wise that Gord and the team probably were aware at that point of the FOI. So I think, again, from a communications point of view, the lens that I'm looking at it is that, what is it, and how will we begin to understand it enough that we can properly, and I'll say holistically, plan to communicate this if it needs communicating in a objective and transparent way.
So you think probably, based on your last answer there, probably Mr. McGuire and staff were aware of the FOI request at the time you had this conversation with them?
They may have been, yes. I don't know that for sure. I was just going more of your comment a moment ago of the timing that Mr. McGuire received the FOI. I think you said the 8th of February.
Yes, yeah.
So it was very, very close in that range. So it's possible he was aware of that. But again, just knowing that, the highway was in the media a lot for some, unfortunate reasons, of course, with the accidents, the fatal accidents that took place, that again, through a communications lens, you have to be extremely sensitive to that. And it begs, all of these things just keep begging the question, what does it mean? What are the implications? How does this all fit together?
The meeting that you recall, this first meeting, do you recall if you actually saw the Tradewind report? Or if not at that meeting, do you recall when you first saw the Tradewind report?
I don't know that, or how long it was before I actually saw the whole Tradewinds report. What I do recall is more the discussion, and it's possible that some of the visuals, the graphics and stuff were used in some of those early meetings to share this UK based result and report. I would never have, apologies to Public Works, but I never would have read the report from end to end. In my role, I would not be typically reading technical reports. So somewhere along the line, certainly I became increasingly aware of the content, but at a high level, and would stay there in my mind so that I wasn't getting into the details sort of thing and throwing us off our need to be objective.
You've said meetings a number of times. Were these meetings that took place throughout sort of when you became aware sometime in, you think, November through to February 2019?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And focusing specifically on the latter part of 2018, do you recall if there were meetings that you attended throughout November and December?
Again, without having my calendar, I can't confirm it, but I would suggest anecdotally that I definitely participated in many discussions along the way, some internally within my own team with Jasmine and Jen, and then some with the broader group involving the city manager, Mike, Dan. At some point, Edward Soldo and others became part of those meetings, but that kind of evolved over time in terms of the participants.
Okay. And when you spoke to Ms. Graham and Ms. Racine internally within communications, was it your impression that they already knew about the Tradewind report in the FOI, or was this new information that you shared with them? You'll see in paragraph 318, Ms. Graham did receive the FOI request on November 8th, just if that assists.
Yeah, realistically, in probably all cases involving the details within the department. Jasmine would certainly hear it first. And then realistically, probably Jen second and myself third.
Okay. And from a communications perspective and standpoint, what was your understanding, your impression of next steps that you or your staff were responsible for as it relates to the Tradewind report? Sort of situating this in time, late November, early December, before 2019.
Yeah, so next steps really were about a much broader look at the whole situation. For some of us, the details of so many activities that had been taken on the Red Hill, as far as what I would call regular, maintenance of any major roadway where there's all sorts of improvements being made, etc. So I know in general terms that Public Works had been using different consultants to help put reports together. And as time was going on, it became obvious that to keep this in context, we needed to have a very, very fulsome and comprehensive summary of all of the activities that would then help us develop the communications strategy and tactics. And again, as I'm sure we'll look at later, the communications plan that was developed was very comprehensive and authored by Jasmine because, again, of her frontline activities.
Thank you. We will come to that that plan. Registrar, can we close out this overview document and call up HAM 62037? And if we could enlarge sort of the entire appointment.
Thank you.
For my benefit as well as yours. So you'll see, Mr. Hertel, this is a calendar appointment that you sent on January 4th, 2019 for a meeting on January 7th. And it was in the CMO boardroom. And in the body of the invitation, the subject says Red Hill. So this is actually from my review, this is the first document that the inquiry has received, sort of placing the chronology where your name appears in relation to the Red Hill.
Okay.
And you'll see there's a number of, it's a bit difficult to read, but there's a number of people that you sent the appointment to yourself, Ms. Racine, Ms. Graham, Mr. Zagaric, Mr. McKinnon, Mr. McGuire, Karen at Gordon Strategy, who I understand is Karen Gordon.
Yes.
And Nicole Audie.
Right.
What led you to send this this meeting invitation or to set up this meeting related to the Red Hill on January 7th?
I would have to draw some, I'll summarize what logically would have happened, sort of best practices, that as we're moving along with bringing pieces together, and seeing that Karen Gordon's name is also on there, it may have been a request that either I initiated, and I can't honestly say that I did. It comes out from me, but that may have been that at the request of the city manager, Mike. Our offices were 10 feet apart across the hall, so often logistically we would provide support, administrative support, to the city manager's office as well. So I can't say for sure that I have a strong, clear reason of why I initiated the meeting, but clearly it was an important meeting to bring the parties together in this ongoing, I'll say, sequence of meetings as we're trying to pull everything together. And in this case, and pardon for the long answer, it may be that I initiated it specifically because Karen Gordon was being invited to it.
So it's possible that you might have set it up on your own initiative, or possible that perhaps one of your colleagues, Mr. Zagaric, requested that you set up a meeting with everybody.
Yes, it's not clear in my mind, but that would be often the case where we're providing support for the city manager's office, but also doing our own meeting agendas. So I don't have a more specific answer, sorry.
It's okay. And did you and Mr. Zagaric, based on the proximity of your offices to each other, did you have sort of casual hallway conversations or pop into each other's office and chat about issues on an as needed basis?
I'd say from time to time, but both of our jobs were so heavily booked and scheduled. There weren't many of those, I would say. They tended to be a little bit more formally established just so that we could make sure we had the time together. But certainly there would be times for casual conversation as well in the hallway.
And Miss Gordon, you've mentioned her. I understand she's an external communications person.
That's correct.
Okay. How did Miss Gordon come to be invited to this meeting and more broadly involved in this issue?
Yeah, I'm not sure who had the relationship with Miss Gordon before. I don't believe it was anybody on the communications team, but I'm going to suggest that either the city manager or more likely the general manager of Public Works had some experience in perhaps working with her in the past. And we ended up, this is I think the only time that I ever actually spoke with her. I don't think I ever met her face to face. She, as I recall, ended up calling into this meeting because she was located in Toronto. So she was brought in because I think we were all sensitive, I'll say, to the importance of this topic. And it's always good to bring someone in with sort of third-party eyes, if I can use that term, just to look at the work that we were doing. We were not asking her to do the work, I'll say. We were asking her to have a look at the work that we were doing, the plans that were in place. By that date, we would have, as the Royal We, Jasmine would have started some really good basic information, laying out the framework for the communications plan. And we really wanted to make sure that we were thorough, that we were transparent, that we were being very objective, which is, I'll say, easier for us to do than anybody else because we are removed one step from the details. And then Karen Gordon would add one additional layer of that objectivity and comprehension to make sure that we were doing what we needed to do.
Okay. In your experience, was it common for an external communications person to be brought in for the purposes that you've described?
I wouldn't say it was uncommon, but at the same time, it was not a regular occurrence. Depending on, excuse me, the topic and the timing, you might need a third party either for their expertise or just, some additional work to be done. In this case, it was for Karen's expertise and experience to sort of shine a light on the work that we had done. And we hoped, of course, as it turned out, she did, I'll say, validate that our approach was pretty spot on.
Okay. I actually do have a question on, you've used the word validate. So I have a question on that.
Okay.
Registrar, can we close this document down and call up HAM 54399 at images 43 and 45? So this is just jumping forward in time to the General Issues Committee meeting on February 6th.
Right.
And we'll come to that. I have some questions on that.
Okay.
But just on the use of the word validate, you'll see, Registrar, can we call up on the slide on the right-hand side in the speaker notes below? Yeah, perfect. So you'll see there, Mr. Hertel, it says, we are working with external crisis communications consultant Karen Gordon of Gordon Strategy in Toronto, who has been advising us over the last few weeks. And then in brackets, it says validating.
Right.
So focusing first on the advising, what was or what did you understand and Ms. Gordon's role to be in advising the city? What sort of advice did she provide?
Well, as I say, in the one meeting that I participated in, where Miss Gordon was, I'm fairly certain she'd called in as opposed to being with us in person. We walked through, I'll say, the current status of our findings, all of the work that individuals had been doing, including, of course, the communications plan, which was the structure that we were mostly building out, if I can say that. So we would have gone through the different elements of where each of the directors or general manager and city manager of their points to that date. And then the major part of it, of course, from a communications point of view, we had by then started to shape what we thought were the key elements, the strategy and the tactics. A lot of things still to fill in, but we would have a framework there. And I guess our question to Ms. Gordon was, are we on the right track, the right path, and what's your advice? And as I say, I think, she obviously offered some points, but in a sense, the good news was she was validating that we were on the right path in terms of how we were approaching the overall messaging. And in particular, I think what we felt, and she, strongly validated, was that we needed to be fully transparent, have a very, I'll say, wholesome or comprehensive story to tell, because it's a pretty complex thing, as I learned over time, building and maintaining roads, especially when they wind their way through valleys. So that would be the kind of advice that she would have provided.
Right. And I think you've explained what the word validating there in brackets, what her role was as it relates to that. So Registrar, we can close this down and we can close this document out. So back to the January 7th meeting, I do have some notes that Ms. Graham prepared from that meeting, but before I take you to those, generally, what do you recall from that meeting and what was discussed at that meeting?
I would categorize this meeting as being very similar in the agenda for many of the upcoming meetings as well, where we have a framework that we're trying to fill in all the blanks. And as each member of the team was doing further investigation in their own area, could have been on, digging out reports that had been presented to council previously that talked about the work that had been done on the Parkway, et cetera, that each one was just a building block and iterative approach to working towards a date of some sort where we would be bringing this to council.
What was your role as a member of the team on the further investigation? Was there a specific area that you were responsible for, or was your role more in relation to Ms. Graham and Ms. Racine's?
Yes, the latter, as the non-technical side of it, not neither legal or public works in the various departments. Our role was to always be coming with a communications lens that we look through and try to make sure that we were aware enough of all the piece parts that we could help frame the communications as more into the tactics now, because I think we were aligned in our principles and strategies at this point in time.
Okay. How would you describe the tone at this meeting?
I would say very, I'll say working session like. It wasn't It was by no means negative. It was by no means a celebration. It was just, okay, we're meeting for a period of time. Let's just go through our work and decide what our next steps, and then go and get those next steps done.
Registrar, can we call up overview document 9A, pages 281 and 282 for now? So these, Mr. Hertel, are an excerpt of Ms. Graham's notes from that meeting. And I will call up the sections that I'm going to ask you about so that you don't have to strain your eyes.
Thank you.
So Registrar, can we call up on page 281, the bullets underneath RHVP introduction and summary? That's perfect. Thank you. So there's a number of bullets here related to some of the history on the Red Hill, issues identified on the road during wet weather, an overview of the studies and testing that had been done on the road over time. Do you recall if this was information? I think you said people had been doing different work over time. Was this information new to you at the time of this meeting?
I don't know that it was all new. I mean, because it is a summary, I would surmise that pieces of this were known and shared at meetings before, and that there were some additional pieces. But this was really just, to me, the process that we had to go through to keep collecting information, kind of play it back. You know, are we accurate? Are we objective, etc.? And not sure how else to respond to that.
Okay. Who provided this, recognizing that it's a summary of what looks like quite a number of points that were discussed? Do you recall who provided this information at the meeting?
Depending on the line item, it would have been one of the directors around the table. So engineering services would be Gord. The operations and traffic would have been Edward. I'm sure Dan had some commentary. So whoever was the subject matter expert, I guess, would be my answer.
Okay. Thank you, Registrar. We can close this call out down. And looking over to page 282, if we could call out the section underneath crisis comms plan. So I take it crisis comms plan, that's crisis communications plan?
Yes.
What is a crisis communications plan?
Well, to me, it's just a communications plan. I guess depending on the severity or the media attention on a particular activity. Some folks might like to add the label crisis, but it doesn't change the process. It doesn't change what you do. It might heighten the, I'll say, the urgency of timeframes to pull it all together, but it's call it a Class A communications plan.
Okay, thank you. That was good. That was going to be my next question. What distinguishes a crisis plan from a regular plan? So in terms of this plan, I understand, and you may have mentioned this, was this something that Ms. Graham was working on at the time, putting together a communications plan?
Yes, Jasmine was the author, the primary author, and she would put together, and as if I can, my bias would be just an excellent job in putting together quickly and in advance at any of these meetings, the most current information that we had that we could then walk through at these meetings to carry on. I know that she worked closely with Jen as required from time to time, but yes, she was the primary author.
Okay. The top bullet there says council information sharing, and then below that, mayor knows today. at this time, so this is January 7th, had there been a decision that this issue in the trade wind report needed to be brought to council?
Yes, I'm very confident in that. I'll say it's a matter of practice. It is our professional responsibility as staff to inform council of anything that has an impact either on their individual wards or the city as a whole. So there was no question that we were bringing this to council at this point.
Mayor knows today. This is again January 7th. Is that a reference to today being January 7th, or is that a future reference to whatever day this was shared with council?
Honestly, don't know. It sounds like an action item almost, or something that's going to happen, but I don't like to run the risk of trying to too much interpret Jasmine's notes, because I don't really know the exact date offhand that the discussion was had with the mayor.
There was a discussion, a briefing that staff had with Mayor Eisenberger on December 18th, but there's no indication that you were at that meeting.
I was not, no.
Okay. Were you aware that the mayor had been briefed separately from the rest of council?
I was at some point, and I don't know how far along the path I was aware of that, but I was at this point in time aware that he had been given I think a very high level acknowledgement that the report had been found.
A few lines down, it's the third bullet point. It says, we are being queried deeply on FOI. I take it based on your answers to my questions earlier, you were aware of the FOI at this point?
I was by this point, and I know at least my own interpretation of the word deeply would be that it was very, very extensive in terms of the amount of information that was being requested. And as I mentioned earlier, that's one of those that kind of sticks out in my mind because it was a big job just pulling the information together.
Okay, so deeply is perhaps reference to the depth of information that was required from the FOI response, as opposed to perhaps the requester themselves following up?
That's I hadn't thought of it in that light, but I mean, either one's possible. I honestly don't know.
Okay. And it's referenced, the FOI and being queried deeply here is referenced in the section on the crisis communications plan. How did considerations related to the FOI factor into the communication strategy?
Well, certainly when, in this case, you're working on, I'll say, a very comprehensive plan that was originally about staff discovering a report. Then from a timing point of view, of course, as a communications team, we needed to be very aware of what was going on with the timing of the information in the being pulled for the FOI, how that would synchronize with the work we were doing to then plan to inform council.
And then the next bullet down says negative reputational harm to the city and more litigation. What do you remember about discussion that of these points, negative reputational harm and more litigation?
I don't recall it, the discussion specifically at this meeting, but in general, again, as the communications group, we're always looking at each incident with the idea of trying to mitigate reputational harm and there, I guess, by default litigation. But one of the things that strikes me about this particular file that we were involved with, and I had no idea about road building until we got into this, but it is a really complex piece of business. And in isolation, any one thing could be taken out of context. So again, our notion throughout the process was to do a very comprehensive, fulsome review and preparation materials to try to mitigate any negative reputational harm to the city. And of course, through that, hopefully with clarity that we could bring to the situation, it might have hopefully a positive impact on mitigating litigation. I'll say unnecessarily, not certainly in my role to judge at all what should or shouldn't be litigated. But again, with the notion that anything in isolation, if taken out of context, could unnecessarily result in litigation.
So is that when you talk about this being a complex piece of business, is that what the note at the bottom there where it says part of the bigger story, is that what that relates to?
Exactly, yes.
Thank you, Registrar. We can close this down. And on that same page 282, there's a note that says Karen. And if we could expand that up to the two lines that are bolded, the GIC and council references. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. So it says, Karen, come at it and confess it. Was this what Miss Gordon's strategy was, or what she advised the city?
Again, I don't want to overinterpret the notes. I'm not sure if these are sort of jotted notes in general, or or quotes. But I would say that if I took it more generally, then what Karen was offering is again indirectly validation of the approach we had already shared with her.
And below where it says options for updating, you said that at this time, the decision had been made that this would be brought to council. And I take these two dates here, January 16th and January 23rd, as possible dates.
Yes, I think we, we certainly felt the professional responsibility to bring it to GIC and then council as quickly as we can and or could. And we knew there was a lot of work to be done, but like all good things, I think you should have a goal. And so we said, well, maybe we can be ready for January the 16th. And if that doesn't work out, then the next available opportunity would be January 23rd, etc. Typically, I point out as well that when we were as staff preparing reports and presentations of any sort, the protocol was to go to GIC first, which is the working committee of council, same members, and then it would ultimately then go to council at the next meeting, in most cases, where it would be approved more officially and formally into the record books, if you will.
And this timeline, recognizing that the date that this note was made was January 7th. Are the timelines here sort of an accelerated timeline to bring something to council, or is this consistent with the normal course?
I would say it was ambitious for sure, because typically there would be a sign-off process where you do a report and you would consult with the appropriate departments. You write the report, create a presentation. It would go to the legislative clerks after all the approvals, and depending on the topic, the report may be approved by a director, or it might require the general manager or city manager. That whole process would normally take longer than this, so clearly this was an ambitious goal.
Thank you, Registrar. We can close that call out down. And we can close this document. And we spoke and you've given some evidence about sort of the communication strategy at this stage, January 7th. How would you say that that strategy developed over time, or if it did, sort of how would you describe what that strategy was moving forward from this January 7th meeting?
Well, I think at a high level, that being our strategy as opposed to our tactics, at a high level, I think this meeting gave us confirmation that we were on the right path. And other than, perhaps in future a little wordsmithing, we knew that the approach that we were taking strategically was, I'll say again, sorry to overuse the word, but validated by a third party and the folks around the table. And we would continue on to flesh out the broader plan. And of course, in each meeting, different ideas would come up, like we should, prepare a summary of a chronological summary of all of the reports, et cetera. So each of these meetings produced more input to fill in the blanks, plus often, a few suggestions. We should also do this, this, and this, because again, we wanted to make sure we were bringing a really well done, comprehensive report, and reports plural, to committee or council, so that again they could see it objectively as well.
And of the staff at the table, sort of contributing at these meetings, was there one group or one staff member who was primarily driving the strategy, or was it collaborative?
Well, I would say the communication strategy per se was initiated by us and confirmed by the people around the table.
Okay, thank you. And you spoke earlier about, and I asked you about meetings that you attended, sort of beginning from the time that you were advised about this issue in late 2018, in advance of February 6th and January 23rd, which is when this issue was ultimately brought to council.
Right.
And the inquiries received a number of documents that relate to meetings that took place over this time period. And from the documents, and I'll take you to some of them, it appears that you attended some, but not all meetings during this time. Does that sound consistent with your recollection?
Yes, it does.
Registrar, can we call up overview document 9A, page 294? And can we also call up 295? Thank you. So, Mr. Hertel, you'll see in paragraph 685, there's a note that says Ms. Graham organized a meeting scheduled for January 11th, 2019 at 9:30 a.m. subject to confidential discussion. And you were one of the attendees that was listed.
Can you call that out?
Sure. Registrar, can you call out paragraph 685?
Thank you.
And if we could put that a little bit smaller.
Yeah. Okay.
And there's notes that Mr. Sabot prepared that are excerpted on the next page.
Okay.
And you're referenced in those notes. It says call Jasmine, John H., Gord, Dan, Karen, John, recap of group meeting with Mike, or sorry, John, recap of meeting of group with Mike. Do you recall attending this meeting on January 11th?
Again, not specifically, but no doubt attended. It was one more in a series, just again, looking at the participants. It was kind of now a working committee, I'll call it. And as any sort of project management approach. You've got some target end dates, and you want to just keep meeting quite frequently, giving people just enough time to get the work done between, but keep calling people back to the table to ensure that we're still on track.
What was the recap of the meeting of group with Mike, which I understand to be Mike Zagaric?
Yeah.
What was that recap, if you recall?
I'm guessing that just looking at the invites, Mike was not invited to that meeting, either because we knew he was unavailable or we didn't feel it was appropriate use of his time. And then someone, in this case, it looks like it was me, was asked to meet with Mike after the meeting just to give him an update of where we were.
Okay. So you think that refers to an update that you provided to Mr. Zagaric after the meeting?
It sounds like it, yes.
Okay. I appreciate these aren't your notes. So, and then below that, there's a note that says, if FOI is media arrow, need comms plan as they may run before Feb 23.
Okay.
Was there discussions or concerns about a communications plan needing to be developed in case the Tradewind report was made public before staff brought it to council?
That would be a normal action for us, that if, regardless of the topic, I'll say, if there was a council meeting that was coming up where the item ideally would be done to inform councillors before the FOI became public, that would be great. But when the opposite is true and an FOI was likely to be completed out of that sequence, then we would always have a communications plan around that.
So this isn't a Tradewind report specific concern or topic of discussion?
No, it may have been related to this specific FOI, but the practice itself would be somewhat normal.
Okay. Thank you, Registrar. We can close this document down. And if we can jump forward in the same overview document to page 315. And we can call out paragraphs 738 and 739, please. So this is a this note says Miss Graham sent a calendar invitation for a meeting scheduled on January 17th, titled Confidential Discussion, Red Hill Valley Parkway. And Mr. McKinnon, Ms. Racine, yourself, Mr. McGuire, Mr. Soldo, Ms. Audie, and Mr. Sabot were listed as the attendees for that meeting. And just it's not reflected in this excerpt in the overview document, but that meeting that Ms. Graham organized, she organized it on January 11th, which was the same day of that meeting that we just looked at.
I'm sorry, just to be clear then, this meeting was organized on the 11th for the 17th?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so it took place on the 17th, but it was arranged 6 days before.
Right.
So looking at this group here, which is a bit of a bigger group than had been present at the January 11th meeting, do you have any insight or understanding into what the purpose of this meeting would be?
I can only conclude that it was the next in a series because the attendees are essentially the same. I don't know if, let's see, I don't know if Mr. Sabot had been at all of the previous ones, but certainly he was there to assist Ms. Audie. And I think Jen attended many, but not all of the meetings as well. So it's essentially the same group.
Okay. So just further readiness for that eventual update to council.
Yes.
In paragraph 739, Ms. Graham emailed Ms. Audie under the subject line, confidential road issue preparation document for your advice. She says, please see attached the confidential internal document for your review for the 1 p.m. meeting. And because it's not referenced here, I'll take you to that document, which is a draft of the crisis communications plan.
Okay.
So Registrar, can we call up HAM 62091? And if we call up images 1 and 2 for now. I take it this document looks familiar to you. You've seen this before, Mr. Hertel?
Yes, this would be at this point in time, I'm going to guess the third or fourth even iteration.
Right, because this was a document that changed and developed over time, sort of as these discussions were happening.
Yes, pretty much, excuse me, a part of every one of our team meetings that there would be more updates to that, to this document of each of those meetings.
And I believe you've said this, and this is consistent with Ms. Graham's evidence that she was the primary drafter of this plan.
That's correct.
What was legal's role in reviewing or drafting the crisis communications plan?
Their role as legal services was really to review and comment if and where they saw anything that we were proposing that they may not feel is appropriate.
Who are these plans prepared for? Are they internally used by staff, or are they, is the idea that they'll eventually go to council?
Now, the detailed plans here were internal working documents. And then at some point down the road, we would be preparing a summary of the plan. And in this particular case, it ended up primarily being put into the PowerPoint that was scheduled for February 6th.
Okay. And that's the PowerPoint I had up earlier.
That's correct.
Okay, we'll come to that as well. What involvement did you have at this stage? So this is January 17th or 16th. What involvement had you had to date with the communications plan?
Just being a part of the review team, if you will, and more specifically with Jen and Jasmine to, continue to see this evolve, make sure that, at least the three of us were clear on how it was being presented. We could ask each other questions of clarification sort of thing, but it was strictly in a reviewer role.
And was that your involvement moving forward as well?
Yes, I mean, not to diminish my own job, but realistically, Jen and Jasmine and the other communications officers were trained professionals in communications, writing, etc. And I couldn't, in any level of detail, offer anything better than what has been produced here. I may have some comments or questions of clarification. So in my role, I would be a little closer to being, I'll say, removed from the detail, so that as we're going through things, I could perhaps put myself in the position of the outside audiences, the stakeholder groups, hearing the information and did we really tell the story clearly and comprehensively.
Okay. Thank you. Registrar, we can close this document down now and call up HAM 62634. So now, Mr. Hertel, we're jumping forward about a week to January 23rd.
Yes.
And these are the closed session minutes from the council meeting that happened on January 23rd. And you're listed, if you look in the section that says also present, your name is listed there. And Registrar, can we call up the item I, potential litigation update? So first, a question about your attendance. Was it common for you to attend council meetings or particularly closed sessions of council in your capacity as director?
Yes, I attended all council meetings if I were available. And if I were unavailable, I would ask Jen or another member of the team to attend on my behalf, so that we always had a communications person in the room to, I'll say, hear what's going on, learn what's going on, understand the questions and answers being given by staff. So again, looking at it just from the communications point of view, in case there were actions that were required subsequent to the meeting. In my role as director, I was often included in the in-camera portions as well for the same reasons. And not all, for certain. It would depend on the topics. If they were of a broader nature in terms of city impact, I would be there. If it would be something to do with personnel, that sort of thing, I would probably not be there.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. So you'll see this is from the minutes that Ms. Audie addressed council and provided a verbal update respecting the potential litigation update. And she presented report LS 19007. So I'll call that document up now. Registrar, can we have HAM 61921, images 1 and 2? And can we call up the executive summary section, which carries over onto both pages? So Mr. Hertal, I'll just give you a moment to read that.
Yes, thank you. Okay.
Did you have any involvement in the preparation of this report that was presented to council on January 23rd?
I typically wouldn't have any contribution to make to legal services reports.
Had you reviewed it or seen it before you attended this meeting on January 23rd?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And what do you recall about Ms. Audie's presentation on January 23rd and the information that was given to council on that date?
You know, it's one of those meetings where I clearly was in attendance, but there's nothing, say, striking that I recall from the meeting, because it was intended to be a heads up with obviously details to follow on February the 6th. So I don't have any specific recollection of debates, discussions, even questions. I think it was really just a heads up without getting into any detail that I'll use that as the reason for my not remembering
Sure.
a lot of detail about it.
If not the debates or discussions or questions, do you have any recollection of the tone or the reaction of councilors to the information that was presented?
In this meeting, no, I don't.
Okay. Do you recall what Ms. Audie said in the second call out there? It says, it's important that council be aware of the potential litigation resulting from this release, and that city staff are bringing a full report to committee and council in early February to give a complete status update. Do you recall what council was told about the potential for litigation resulting from the release of the Tradewin report?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. In general, what was your understanding of what potential litigation might result?
Again, I think it was just a heads up. And again, I apologize. I don't have a recollection of any discussions around it at the meeting. And in my own mind, I'm kind of the opinion that there wasn't a lot, because we were coming back quickly with a comprehensive set of reports.
Okay. Earlier, when we looked at Ms. Graham's notes from the January 7th meeting, there had been a reference to the January 16th GIC meeting as the goal, and then this council meeting on January 23rd as the plan B.
Right.
Do you have any insight into why disclosure, this initial heads up, ended up happening on January 23rd, the plan B date?
I think in line with our overall goal of getting to council as quickly as possible, this was a piece of important information that we could share with council and let them know that we were coming back with the details on February the 6th. It's really just more of a professional courtesy advice, I think. And because we were not ready with the full set of reports, et cetera, that we ultimately were for the 6th. Again, our goal from the beginning was to be thorough and transparent, et cetera, with our reporting and with council. And I think this was chosen as the first thing we could at least apprise council of, so that they are not going to hear everything for the first time on February the 6th.
Thank you. Registrar, can we close this call out down? And go to image 4 of this document. And call out the section underneath next steps, please. So Mr. Hertel, it says corporate communication staff are preparing a communications plan in the event the FOI request leads to release of information in advance of the PW report scheduled to come before council on February 4th. I take it that communications plan, that's the version of the document that Ms. Graham was working on? Yes,
and we would have used it as the basis for anything that we had to do, if we had to do it before the 4th, as it's indicated here, but realistically it became the 6th.
And we know that there was some feedback and that council provided on the communication strategy that was proposed at the February 6th meeting, which we'll come to.
Yes.
At this meeting on January 23rd, did council provide any direction or advice to staff about the communication strategy or any feedback?
Not that I recall at all, no. Wasn't a topic of discussion.
Following this meeting on January 23rd, what were the next steps for you and for your staff as it relates to disclosure?
Quite simply, to carry on with finishing all the details, filling in all the blanks, if you will, preparing all the materials. And as a communications team, we were there to support the, in this case, primarily the public works group, but also legal services. And then I think ultimately audit was participating on the 6th, just to make sure that the materials were packaged in such a way that it would be easily understood by council, and that we would typically, for example, draft media releases prior to council, and then take the feedback from the discussion to then fine tune as required.
Thank you, Registrar. We can close this document down, please. And can we call up images 357 and 358 of overview document 9A? And can we call out the transcription on the top of page 358, please? So Mr. Hertel, these are notes from a telephone call that Nicole Audie, Ron Sabot, and David Bogosian, who is the city's external legal counsel, had on January 30th. And you weren't part of this call, but I want to ask you some questions about the notes, because I interpret them as some reference to what was discussed or what may have come out of the January 23rd council meeting. And so you'll see it says at the top, council quite concerned about situation. And then council wants to know, and there's 2 questions listed below. And then below that, it says council concerned re Gary Moore's judge honesty, trustworthiness with them in the past. looking at these notes, does this assist at all in refreshing your recollection about what may have been discussed at the January 23rd council meeting?
No, I actually, when I see these comments, I think of them more as comments I remember from the February 6th meeting.
Okay. So you recall these topics or questions being things that may have been discussed at the January 6th meeting, but not at the February 6th meeting, but not January 23rd.
Yeah, and just my recollection, and not necessarily in this this order level of detail, but my recollection, right or wrong, is more about everything to do with February the 6th as opposed to the 23rd.
Okay. As I said, Mr. Bogosian was the city's external legal counsel on this issue. Do you recall when you first learned about Mr. Bogosian's retainer?
No, I don't specifically.
Did you have any insight or understanding into what he was retained for what purpose?
No, not specifically. I would only understand that Nicole Audie felt that it was appropriate to have external legal services on this, and I think that was it was a thought shared from time to time by council members as well, when there would be a topic that would, I'll say, be best represented legally by outside sources.
Okay. Thank you, Registrar. We can close this call out down, please. And Commissioner, I see it's just before 1 o'clock, and I am about to move to a different topic. So I wonder if this might be a good time for us to break for lunch. You're muted, Commissioner.
I apologize. I assume you're going to be sometime after lunch. Is that correct? In other words,
Yes.
it doesn't make sense to continue for a short while.
I don't think so.
Okay, well then let's take a break till 2:15.
And Registrar, could we have a council breakout room? Good afternoon, Commissioner. May I proceed?
Yes, please do so.
Registrar, if we can call up overview document 9A, pages 349 and 350. Thank you. So Mr. Hertel, there's an email exchange between Mayor Eisenberger and Mr. Zagaric that's excerpted in the overview document here. And Registrar, perhaps we can call out in paragraph 826, just the first two emails, no, sorry, the two sections above that. Perfect. And Mr. Hertel, if you could just read this. This is just for context. You're not copied on these emails.
Okay.
Thank you, Registrar. We can close that call out. And below there is Mr. Zagaric's email had said the councilors discussed a public motion directing the work below. And then there are a number of items listed below: employee considerations, technical/engineering safety, and communication plan are the three sort of bigger topics. And then Registrar, can we call up HAM 48662? Thank you. And so, as I said, Mr. Hertel, that last email exchange between the mayor and Mr. Zagaric, that was provided in part as context for this email exchange, which is the next day, January 29th. It's between yourself and Ms. Racine. And you say to Ms. Racine in the email on the right there, "Hi again, there have been new developments and directions from councilors on the path forward on the RH situation. I'll review with you in person," which I understand RH to be Red Hill.
Yes.
Do you know what the new developments and directions you were referring to were?
Well, I think as you had indicated, originally the plan was that, excuse me, I believe it was 2 or 3 reports from Public Works were going to go to the February 4th Public Works Committee meeting. And as you indicated in the discussion that Mr. Zagaric had with the councilors, they decided to roll those into the February 6th meeting.
Okay. And so based on that, the councilors that you're referring to here, would that be councilors Jackson, Marula, and Collins, who are the councilors referred to in Mr. Zagaric's email?
Yes, the councilors referred to in Mr. Zagaric's email.
And do you recall how or from who you learned about the new developments and directions from the councilors?
I would have heard it directly from City Manager Mike Zagaric.
And so based on the answer that you just gave, was your understanding of the path forward that that perhaps the reports would not be brought to Public Works, but would be brought all together at one GIC meeting?
That's correct.
Okay. The inquiries received a number of emails and documents between city staff related to the scheduling of the GIC, which, as we've talked about, eventually did happen on February 6th. Right. Did you have any involvement in the scheduling process, or were you just sort of told of the date after the fact?
No, I was just, I'll say, copied on or acknowledged when the final dates were established. Okay.
So you didn't have any involvement in discussing the appropriate forum or?
No, that would have been primarily the city manager from the staff point of view.
Okay, thank you. Registrar, we can close this document down. If we can go back into overview document 9A, page 359. And perhaps 360 as well. And can we please call out paragraph 856? There was a meeting on January 30th amongst a number of city staff that Ms. Graham sent the calendar invitation for. And you'll see here in this paragraph, you were one of the attendees at the meeting.
Yes.
And the invitation said, this meeting will be a check-in and update on the current roads issue.
Right.
So we spoke before lunch about there was a series of meetings getting ready for that GIC meeting. I take it this was one of those meetings?
Yes, one more in the series.
Okay. Do you recall, and I'll take you to it in a moment, but at a certain point in this call, Mr. Bogosian and Mr. Malone joined the call, but there was a meeting of staff before that. Do you recall that?
I don't recall their participation, no.
Okay. Do you recall the meeting with staff on January 30th?
I recall, again, the series, but I couldn't, without checking my own calendar, confirm January 30th, but I assume that to be one more in the series that I did attend.
Okay, but you don't have specific recollections of what was discussed or what your role was at that meeting?
No, just, again, similar roles in terms of providing updates, refining the content, and moving forward to the next steps.
Okay. Registrar, can we close this call out? And you'll see Mr. Hertel on the right-hand side is these are Mr. Malone's notes. It's a transcription. And there's a reference to you. It says John Corpcom in the names listed there of the people who were on the call.
Okay.
And perfect, thank you. So you'll see there, John Corpcom, and then Registrar, we can close this down. And if you can go forward to page 363 and 364. And these are Mr. Bogosian's notes. And if we could call it the names at the top on the left side as well. There's a reference, I think it's to you. It says John Rattel, but I think that's to you. But I think you said, as I understand your earlier response, Mr. Hertel, that you don't recall the telephone call with Mr. Bogosian and Mr. Malone?
No, I don't. This was a separate call, not at the meeting. Is that what you're suggesting?
My understanding is that there was a meeting that staff had, and then Mr. Bogosian and Mr. Malone called into that meeting. So it may have been one series of meetings that happened that afternoon, but that there was one where just staff were present, and then Mr. Malone and Mr. Bogosian joined.
Okay. No, I'm sorry. I don't recall.
Okay. And do you recall, appreciating that you don't have a specific recollection of this call, do you recall ever speaking to Mr. Bogosian or Mr. Malone in a meeting?
I don't, like individually. I think the only recollection I would have of Mr. Bogosian would be in council chambers.
Okay. And do you recall, so Mr. Malone works at SEMA. When did you become aware of SEMA's involvement, or that SEMA would be involved in the disclosure of the Tradewind report?
Again, not knowing their, in the early going, their particular specialties or areas of expertise. All that I can really recall is, SEMA's name coming up in the, I'll say the ongoing discussions based on various pieces of work that they had done with Public Works. And then near the very end, I recall that they provided a letter, I think it was back to staff, which was then formed part of the discussion on February the 6th.
Okay. Yes, we'll come to that, the February 4th memo that SEMA prepared.
Right.
And so when you say sort of near the very end, in your last response, was that near the very end of the series of meetings that you participated in the lead up to February 6th?
Yes, I would, and it's just an estimate, but I would again estimate that in my mind, their corporate name, I'll say, started to appear in my recollection, to me at least, in probably in December forward.
Okay. Thank you, Registrar. We can close this document down. And if we could call up HAM 28364. So, and perhaps we can call out, yes, everything up to Ms. Menard's email signature.
Thank you.
So on February 1st, Bridget Menard, who's in the Audit Services Department, emailed a copy of the lines of inquiry document to yourself and to Ms. Racine. She says in her email, "Hi, Jen and John. I did a phone call with Jen earlier this afternoon and said I would share Charles's line of inquiry for the one specific component of our roads construction audit." And that's what she sent to you and Ms. Racine. By this time, this is February 1st, were you aware of audit's involvement in relation to the Tradewind report or the interactions that audit staff had with staff in the Public Works Department as it relates to the Tradewind report?
Was aware of their audit and assumed that the Tradewind report and related processes would be part of their audit, as would be typical. And as I recall, the seeing, and I'm not sure honestly if it was during prep that I remember seeing it or at the time, but it's more or less a courtesy note from Bridget, who used to be part of our division, as just a heads up for information only, that this would be the line of questioning that was being pursued in the audit.
Were you aware that Audit Services had received a redacted copy of the 2014 Golder report at any point in time? And for context, the 2014 Golder report is the report that the Tradewind report was appended to.
I know of that subsequently, but I don't know if I knew it at the time.
Sure. Okay. Fair enough. That was a subject that did come up, I believe, at the February 6th meeting. So. And what was your understanding from sort of where you were sitting on the communication side of the relationship, if any, between the work that audit was doing and the work that yourself and other city staff were doing in terms of preparing to bring this information forward to council?
Sorry, could you say that again?
Sure. So how did the work, and perhaps I'll rephrase it, how did the work that audit was doing in relation to their audit and the lines of inquiry document that you received and the cities and the work that you were doing with staff in preparing to bring the Tradewind report to council? Was there how did you understand the relationship between what they were doing and what you were doing at the time, if any?
Okay. Typically, the internal audit by its name would be an internal process and review. And if I could just separate it for a moment, if an audit was being done on your division or department, it would be done purely internally. They would produce a report, you'd respond to the report, etc. It would not generally, at least I can't recall any example where it would be something that the comms people would be involved with, unless we needed to help with some internal not documentation, but perhaps correspondence or information sharing to staff. I think it's similar in this case. I was certainly aware that, at this point they were doing their full audit. I know one of the factors that, makes me still remember was all of these things converging in the same time frame. The FOI, the audit and the preparation for council was a tremendous workload on many, many people in the Public Works Department.
Thank you, Registrar. We can close this document down. And so at this time in the sort of early February, there was a significant amount of work that was being done, as you said, by staff in a number of different groups in order to get ready to bring this to council.
Right.
Who did you perceive to be leading the efforts or sort of overseeing all of these different groups in terms of eventually getting all of this before council?
If I were to pick one person, I would say it was interim city manager, Mike Zagaric, and then Mike, through the members of the working team that you've seen appear in so many of these meetings, would be the ones pulling their pieces together, knowing that Mike was, I'll say, leading at a very high level the overall exercise and interfacing ultimately with the council.
Registrar, can we please call up overview document 9A, page 412? And perhaps we could just call up, sort of expand the entire paragraph here. And Mr. Hertel, if it's not big enough when it's called out, just let me know.
I think that's good.
Okay. So on February 3rd, Ms. Graham, she emailed Nicole Audie and yourself, Ms. Racine, Mr. McKinnon, and Mr. Sabot, attaching 3 draft documents. So there was a communications plan, a timeline, and presentation slides. We've received in the inquiry a number of versions of all of these documents. And I think you said earlier this morning, it was sort of an iterative process,
Yes.
developing the documents for disclosure.
Yes.
Okay. And so I have some questions about your involvement sort of in each of these documents.
Okay.
And rather than ask you in the abstract, I'll call them up.
Okay.
And then we can look at them that way. So starting first with the communications plan summary, Registrar, if we can call up HAM 61918. And this is the version, Mr. Hertel, that ultimately you'll see there, it says item 14.4.
Right.
So this was the version that ultimately that did go before council. And you may have said this earlier today, but I understand that Ms. Graham was the primary drafter of this version of the communications plan.
That's correct.
Okay. And this is the summary version that we looked at, or that we talked about earlier, that there was a bigger plan that staff put together, the crisis communications plan, and then this was a summary version that went before council.
Right.
This version doesn't have crisis plan in front of it. Do you have any insight into why that is? It's just called a communications plan, whereas the version we looked at earlier was a crisis communications plan.
I don't have any, specific thought other than, as I said in my previous comments, I never really considered a crisis communication plan being the appropriate title for what would become a public document. Communication plan is a communication plan. I think internally somehow it got labeled as a crisis communication plan. I'm not sure why, perhaps because we had engaged Karen Gordon as a crisis communication strategist. I'm not sure, but there was nothing particular that I could think of that would cause the change in title.
Okay. What was your, so as you said, Ms. Graham was the primary drafter. What was your role in this specific version of the communications plan?
It would be strictly a reviewer after either this version or perhaps a draft version just before it would have been shared with myself and Jen Racine. And if I had any questions or comments, I would have asked at the time.
As director, was your sign off required?
On reports going to council, yes.
And would this qualify? This wouldn't qualify as a report, or would it?
Just trying to think of the because it's not done in a normal report format per se.
Yeah, my understanding, if it assists, is that there were a number of reports that did go to council. There was a legal services report, an audit
Right.
report, and then I think that there were a number of documents that may have just been handed up to council,
Yeah.
perhaps as sort of a supplement to the actual reports.
Yeah. So, I mean, to answer your original question, yes, typically, absolutely would sign off. And I'll say regardless of who the author would be, the director would be totally responsible and accountable for the documents put before council and committee.
Registrar, can we call up HAM 61919? So this is a preliminary reconstructed timeline, and it's a number of pages. I don't think I need to call up all the pages, but if it assists, I'm happy to. So my question is, what involvement, if any, did you have in preparing this document?
I would have no involvement in that particular document. The only time I would be if it were specifically an activity that the comms group were responsible for in this list of chronological items.
Did you see it at all before it went before council?
I do recall seeing it, not reading it entirely because, again, not relevant, I'll say, to the role I played in communications.
Okay. Thank you, Registrar. We can close this document down. There was another document, Mr. Hertel, that you also received in advance of the GIC. It was the slide presentation, but rather than discuss it twice, I'll ask my questions about your involvement in those slides when we come to the
Okay.
February 6th meeting.
Great.
Registrar, if we can call up HAM 54361. And if we can expand that calendar invitation. So you'll see, Mr. Hertel, there was a meeting that was arranged for the evening of February 4th. So right 2 days before the GIC ultimately took place. And Mr. Zagaric, Ms. Audie, Mr. McKinnon, Mr. Sabot, Mr. Soldo, Mr. McGuire, yourself, Ms. Graham, Ms. Racine, and Mr. Brown, the auditor, are listed as the attendees at the meeting. And the subject line of the meeting is RHVP GIC debrief, but it's a few days before the GIC, so it suggests to me it's perhaps more of a pre-brief than a debrief.
Yes.
Do you recall this meeting?
In fairly vague terms, I do. I know that it was important, excuse me, to Mike, that we get together one last time and do kind of a rough or high-level walkthrough just to make sure that all the reports were done, that everything was, flowing smoothly because there would be a number of presentations. I remember. I'll say vaguely the meeting. Selfishly, the feedback I would have been looking for was support for the communications section of this, and wouldn't have paid too much attention, I'll say, to the other sections because they're the ones with the expertise.
Okay. So you think you might have done a rough walkthrough or sort of prep session for at least what you recall would have been your section of the presentation.
Yes. And given, quite frankly, that Jasmine and Jen were there, I would suggest that Jasmine would have been the individual in our team who would have led the discussion for that section.
So to the extent that we talked about sort of the division of labor and the workflow as between Ms. Graham, Ms. Racine, and yourself, at this point, as you're getting into the lead up of towards the GIC, would it have sort of started to pass on to you, given that you were the presenter at the meeting?
I mean, it was getting close for sure. So I had to get more engaged in the actual report content for communications. Had to be comfortable with, I mean, literally every word in the presentation and the flow. And that again would have been drafted by Jasmine with, I'm sure, some support from Jen. And then I would have typically reviewed it in some form of draft, asked for some, or asked questions of clarification if I had any, and then, you know, signed off and try to do my homework before the 6th.
Okay. Thank you, Registrar. We can close this document down now. And if we can go back into overview document 9A, page 439. And if we could call out paragraph 1028, the top paragraph. So on February 4th, or sorry, this is February 5th. So
Yes.
In the morning on February 5th, I know the date it's not there, but it is February 5th. Ms. Audie emailed a copy of the February 4 SEMA memorandum to a number of city staff, including yourself. She says, please see the attached memo from SEMA. This is privileged and not to be distributed beyond this group.
Right.
Perhaps I'll call up this SEMA memo just to orient our discussion. So Registrar, that's HAM 12842. Do you recall seeing this document, Mr. Hertel?
I do.
Did you review it at the time that Ms. Audie sent it to you, or at any point before the February 6th meeting?
For sure, I would have read through it just to get a general understanding. Primarily, I think, again, to understand how, if any, it in any way it impacted our communications plan, and needed to at least understand it at that level. I wouldn't necessarily understand some of the technical parts, but overall, I understood that it was, I'll say, a complementary part of the presentation materials.
You said you read it in part to understand if it impacted the city's communications plan. Do you recall if it did impact the city's communication plan, the findings in the SEMA memo?
It did not influence the our strategy and our tactics, and on the tactical side, wouldn't influence the framework of those, but it ended up, of course, being part of the evidence, if you will, that was released on February the 6th. Therefore, that informed the way in which we, I believe, redrafted some of the portions of the news release that went out that night.
Okay. We'll come to the redrafting of the news release.
Okay.
What was your impression or your takeaways from reading the SEMA memo?
My personal impression was that it was a good news story, that it reaffirmed what I understood to be the situation throughout all of the meetings, et cetera, where Public Works had done a tremendous amount of work improving the roadway, executing over a period of years the recommendations that were brought forward to council and approved. And then, in that sense, again, from a communications lens, was, I'll say, a third party professional opinion that things were in pretty good shape on the roadway relative to its specifications.
Okay, thank you. Register, we can close these two documents down. And if we can go to HAM 62635. And if we could call it both images. So Mr. Hertel, these are the closed session minutes from the GIC on February 6th. And as you mentioned, you were there at that meeting. The
Yes.
minutes reflect that, along with a number of other city staff, many of whom were at those meetings that we've discussed today.
Right.
I take it based on the answers that you've given so far that you recall attending that meeting?
I do.
Generally, what do you recall about the meeting? And perhaps in sort of comparison to the meeting on January 23rd that we spoke about earlier.
Yeah, and I apologize for kind of blending those two together, I guess. But what I associate with the February 6th meeting was I'll say the number one, the length of the discussions. It was a very long meeting. I think we finished up at 3:30 or 4 in the morning.
I think there was another council meeting, and I think that meeting went to 3:30 in the morning. This meeting, I think, went to just after 10 o'clock, but you were in closed session for about 6 hours.
Oh, okay. So let me so this is GIC. Is this by chance the public portion?
So these are the closed session minutes. And they reflect that the closed session, you went into closed session at 4:18 p.m. and you came out of the closed session at 10:03 p.m. But I believe that the meeting started earlier in the day, perhaps in the morning on February 6th. So it would have run about 12 hours, I think.
Okay, my apologies. I am mixing it with another marathon meeting, I think. But certainly content-wise, regardless of the hour of the day, I recall it being a challenging atmosphere, I'll say. There, of course, were many questions through the reports. The discussion went, in fact, so long on the previous reports that I believe I got through one and maybe part of another slide in my actual communications section, which was later in the agenda. And I recall the mood being one of, to some degree, even confusion, frustration. What did this mean? Not dissimilar to what everyone else experienced, I'll say, back earlier times when there was certainly an attempt to put all of this in perspective through the various presentations that were given. But I still think some councillors, not all, were particularly anxious, I'll say, maybe frustrated that more from a media point of view, what the heck, right? How can we have gone on all these years and are just hearing about this now, knowing that the Red Hill Valley Parkway was always kind of high profile from before it was built to the present day. So there was a degree of frustration, particularly by some.
Okay. And I think you said that there were some counselors who were anxious, or particularly anxious, I think is how you described it.
Yeah.
In terms of council's reaction, do you recall if the anxiety or concern or frustration that was expressed, was that related to potential safety issues and safety concerns on the Red Hill, or was it more about the fact that the report was just being brought to council's attention at this point in time?
Yes, quite the latter, because all of the reports and work that have been done over the years, as I mentioned a few moments ago, was all the work either had been done or was scheduled to be done, such as the repaving. The SEMA letter, I'll say, confirmed all of that. So there was not a discussion or concern about the safety. It was more about the fact that some statements had been made in the media by a staff member. I guess I would say it's now we're in February. So in the previous year to respond to reporters that there was no report, et cetera. And now here we were talking about a report that in fact had been filed.
Okay, Registrar, can we call up HAM 54399? And I think images 1 and 2 to start. So we looked at this document, a slide in this document earlier, and you've made reference to this. These are the in-camera slides, and you're listed in the slide on the right-hand side under Part 4, Communication Strategy.
Right.
So these are the slides that were presented at the council meeting.
Right.
In terms of the communication slides that I'll take you to in a moment, generally, can you describe what the process was for how those slides were created and how they came to be?
Yes, again, the primary author was Jasmine, some strong support and assistance from Jen. And then they presented the draft slides to me with speaking notes included. And I would have at the time commented, asked, questions if I had any, et cetera, but that's how they were created. And when we got to this point, obviously I was in full support of the presentation materials they had prepared.
Okay. So the creation of the slides and the speaking points, that was also an iterative process?
Yes, and I would say it was, from my recollection, not much of an iterative process. It was probably more of asking them, excuse me, to clarify and expand on any points I may have had some curiosity about, but I don't recall that anything was particularly changed. It was more of my, I'll say, getting up to speed on their thoughts around those particular speaking notes. Understood.
Registrar, can we move forward in this document to image 42? This is part of the communications section of the presentation.
Right.
Before I ask any specific questions about this slide, I think you said earlier you think you may have gotten through 1 or maybe 1.5 of your slides. Is that right?
Yes.
How did it come to be that you didn't actually get through all of your slides? Sort of what happened in the meeting?
Well, kind of a rule of thumb is never be the last speaker on a council agenda. Even in the best of marathons, people start tiring near the end. And the reason primarily that we didn't go any further in was there had been so much discussion by councillors at that point that really was all about, let's just get on with it. Let's be, they were aligned. They may not have 100% realized it, but they were very much aligned with what we were proposing, which was to be very transparent, make sure that we were providing as much of context as we could We had planned to over time share the reports and all that sort of thing. So when I got to, I'm going to say the beginning of slide 2, it was like, okay, we know where we want to go. It's been a long meeting. Why don't you folks go back into the ante room, and based on the conversations we've just had, do a redraft of the news release that we would want to put out that evening.
Okay. I'll come to the news release in a moment. Just on that, just in terms of sort of understanding the flow of events, there were 3 presenters before you.
Yeah.
Was there sort of communications discussion mixed in to the various other parts of the presentation?
I would say not specific to our strategy, but more about the notion of being transparent. And, there were some examples, some case study examples that I recall being kind of tossed out that, here was an example where the company did the right thing by against their lawyer's advice, and just put it right out there and got past it, very quickly. So there was that kind of discussion, but not specifically about components of our plan.
So you'll see in the slide that I have up here, it says risk assessment. Goal is to mitigate the risks/issues as much as possible. And then there's 2 sections, reputational and financial/legal.
Right.
The second bullet under reputational says perceived public safety concern. And I think you may have spoken about this earlier, but from your perspective, was there an actual safety concern, or was the concern more about the perception of a safety concern?
Yeah, the key word is perception. And we knew that, based on some of the media coverage over the previous year or so, that the questions were raised in articles, which creates a perception or question in citizens' mind. And our job was to make sure that we were aware of and finding the right balance to deal with the perception of a safety concern, as opposed to there being a safety concern.
And underneath the financial/legal, it says current and potential future litigation. What did you come to understand as you prepared for this presentation, and when you gave this presentation, the litigation risk to be, and how did that factor into the communication strategy?
But it's really truly a part B to the one above, in the sense that if you don't do a good job on, I'll say, part A, then you're likely to have an influence on part B. So it was my understanding at the time that, and I don't know the numbers, and I hate to in any way minimize the litigations that were, I'll say, on the books, because they're, for terrible reasons in terms of fatalities. But I knew there were some litigations in the background, and the point of this particular one was that we really need to help the city mitigate on the financial and legal side as well, by making sure we're telling the whole story transparently, comprehensively, and in a manner that makes sense to the general public, because that's how perceptions can get off the rails. And so that was a natural flow that we had to also see as part of our mandate.
Okay. Registrar, if we can move forward to slides 40, 43, and 44. So these are some additional communication slide. And in the slide on the right-hand side, it says a media release following council on February 13th will allow us to, and then there's a number of points below that.
Yes.
And as I understand it, that was the plan going in. The strategy proposed was to do a media release after the subsequent council meeting on February 13th.
Yes, that would be our typical protocol. Would that you would go to General Issues Committee with draft materials, media releases. You would take the information shared during the discussions. You'd fine tune that, and then once the whole meeting agenda, if you will, and all the reports had been ratified by council, then it was available for release. That would be the normal process, but it was decided that no, we're going to, go tonight, sort of thing.
Was that council's, when you say go tonight, you're referring to the press release that was ultimately issued on February 6th? That's
correct, yes. And that was a direction of council.
Okay. Why don't we call that document up? Registrar, can we call up HAM 12841? Images 1 and 2. I think you've given some evidence about how this document came to be, that staff perhaps went back to the ante room or on a break, did some redrafting of an original draft. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And were you involved in the redrafting of the press release?
Yes, this was a many hands editing exercise where, if my recollection is accurate, Jasmine was not in the in-camera portion of the meeting and was waiting in the ante room. So those of us who were allowed to stay in the in-camera session, excuse me, went into the ante room, and Jasmine was the quarterback, I'll say, of the exercise. I believe that we had to have some sort of orderly approach to it because a dozen people throwing out ideas is not very efficient. So between, I'll say myself as perhaps a bit of a police officer and Mike Zagaric, the city manager, helping to lead through the discussions, we went through, I think, 2 for sure, maybe 3 revisions in that roughly 1.5 hour time frame, where Jasmine took the initial barrage of suggestions, organized them, printed them off for the people in the room, took a minute, read through, then some more editing went over the next iteration or 2 until we produced the final version.
The release starts with an apology on staff's behalf.
Yes.
And the inquiry heard evidence from has heard evidence from a number of people about the apology, and we heard from Councillor Danko yesterday that that apology came as part of an order or direction from council to have that apology included. Is that consistent with your recollection?
It is, yes.
And what was your understanding of why council wanted an apology?
Well, I think, as I mentioned a moment ago, that some councillors were more upset, I'll say, than others about the discovery and what might, come of it in terms of public perception, etc. And I think, in all fairness, and it's sort of an editorial comment, so forgive me, but council relies on staff to do the work. And yet when things go wrong, whether they were unintentional or intentional by staff, council kind of wears it. So I think for some councillors who were very close to the situation for a long time, many iterations, I think they were quite disappointed, feeling a bit blindsided perhaps, and really felt it appropriate that staff would publicly apologize to council and the general public for the report just coming out now and being made aware to council at this point in time.
There are a number of references to speeding in the press release, and we know that council did ultimately reduce the speed limit on a portion of the Red Hill coming out of this meeting.
Yes.
Was speeding an important or a central part of the messaging to the public coming out of the GIC?
Yes, I think all of the data that had been researched and presented throughout the investigation pointed to speeding as one of the important factors that had led to many of the accidents on the Red Hill. And, you know, and I forget exactly the timing, but I know we wanted more police enforcement of speed. We were initially going to reduce the speed for a portion of the Red Hill from 90 to 80, et cetera. So it was an attempt to remind people that the road is safe if you stay within speed limits, et cetera. And knowing that, and the figure of 110 kilometers an hour comes to mind as in one of the reports that had been produced, and I don't recall exactly which one, that turned out to be the average speed that had been tracked on the Red Hill, far above the 90 kilometers an hour that was posted. And so the notion was to emphasize speed through this press release, knowing that additional things would be probably coming down the road where we would add enforcement and lower the speed, et cetera.
Okay. And I understand that Mr. Zagaric read this statement out at the end of closed session. Is that right?
That's correct.
Is that common in your experience?
First time I had seen it in my sort of 7 years, I guess, with the organization.
What was your understanding of why Mr. Zagaric read the statement out?
Again, at the direction of council to make sure that the information contained in the media release was heard firsthand on the record in the open session recordings. And also there were a few, I forget, 3 or 4 maybe media professionals, excuse me, were still waiting for the public session. So wanted it to be shared in that venue, I'll say.
Okay. Registrar, we can close this document down. And if we can go to overview document 10A, page 75. And could you call out paragraph 181? So 2 days after the GIC meeting on February 8th, Mr. Zagaric circulated a calendar appointment for a meeting titled RHVP Communication Strategy. And yourself, Ms. Graham, Ms. Racine, Mr. McKinnon, Ms. Audie, and Ms. Shantz, who I understand is in the mayor's office or was one of the mayor's staff, you're all listed as the attendees at the meeting.
Yes.
More general question. So this is post-disclosure. What was the city's communication strategy related to the Red Hill and the Tradewind report post-disclosure moving forward? And how did it change, if at all, from what the strategy was going into the February 6th GIC?
The strategy itself did not change. The tactics, I'll say, were fine-tuned by the final content, if you will, of the media release. But I do recall the next few days being very busy in terms of additional media requests coming in, et cetera. But the actual strategy and tactics fundamentally didn't change. It was now more about making sure we were executing the strategy and tactics. As you indicated, Ms. Shantz was at the meeting and was the communications officer within and reporting to the mayor's team. If memory serves, again, from, I'll say, prep documents as opposed to my memory being that good, This was like a 15-minute phone call or something. So it was just a quick touch base to probably ask the same question you just asked me.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, I have no further questions for Mr. Hertel.
Okay. We should ask council for the other participants whether they have any questions. We'll start with Ms. Ramaswamy for Golders.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. We can confirm we have no questions for Mr. Hudson.
Thank you. Mr. Bourrier for the MTO.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. We don't have any questions either for this witness.
Ms. Talebi.
We have no questions for Mr. Hurdle. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. Well, I think then, Mr. Hurdle, thank you very much for attending. You're excused. You can sign off.
Great. My pleasure. Thank you
Good
very much.
afternoon.
Thank you, and
And,
good afternoon to you all.
Thank you. The rest of us, my understanding is that the witness for tomorrow has had to be rescheduled for
That's
some
correct.
time next week. So we will now stand adjourned until 9:30 on Monday morning.
Correct.
Correct? So I wish all council a good weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you.